In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising. Oops. Hold on. Hold everything. Grand Rising. I hope everybody had a fabulous night. Thank you for being here. And since you're in the clouds and not commenting, how about hitting the thumbs up? Since you made it all the way over here, it's going to be helpful one way or another. Okay. Bernice, Grand Rising, a click and a view, Grand Rising. Hey, Room Shaker, how are you doing? I hope you guys are doing well. It's some interesting news that came out this morning. Now, let me remove this. We're going to talk about this, the deadly milk. We have Robert F. Kennedy to blame for a whole lot of dumb stuff that is going. Maybe we don't have him to blame because let's keep it honest. We know that Robert Kennedy Jr. is not in fact. It's not in fact the person who is actually firing people from HHS. Those of you who don't watch my show may not know what HHS is. Hold on one second. I apologize. Oh, my ear. Excuse me. Okay. I'm pretty sure he's a puppet. Well, look who's late. Hey, Foot Soldier, Grand Rising. The Euthanizer channel. Ronnie Q, good morning. I just read about the Civil Rights Executive Order and the changes to the office of the DOJ. Another day, another outrage. Lord. Now, Lord, I didn't hear about that. I did not hear about that. The changes to the civil rights order. Let me see. Civil rights. I know he's already done one executive order on the Civil Rights Act. Let me see if there's a new one. We can talk about it. Right? Tell me what it is. We can talk about it anyway. No, this one looks like the first one that I remember. Oh no, this may not be one because this one is also about college accreditation. This may be that new thing because I did read something about college accreditation. 13 hours ago. Restoring equality of opportunity and meritocracy. There's been no such thing as that. Let me see what that is. This was 13 hours ago. Okay, Section 1. Purpose. A bedrock principle of the United States is that all citizens are treated equally under the law. This principle guarantees equality of opportunity, not equal outcomes. So, even though we say you have the opportunities that we never allow you uh, to achieve, that we never give you, that we never hire you for, okay, so we hey, you have the opportunity, it's here, but if you don't get the same outcome because we don't hire you, because we don't give you the home loan, that's not our fault. The loans are available. It's your fault that you didn't get the home loan because of the person who is reading your all of your information deems that you're not worthy, that you shouldn't be able to get this loan, that they're going to fuck up your day, that they're going to throw your application in the trash and laugh with their equally racist coworkers. But so therefore the United States cannot guarantee the outcomes. Is that what we're talking about here? Okay, let me finish reading. I'm already kind of peeved. Thank you for telling me about that. Let me enlarge this a little bit. Okay. Okay. This principle guarantees equal of opportunity, not equal outcomes. It promises that people are treated as individuals, not as components of a particular race or group. It encourages meritocracy and a colorblind society, not race or sex-based favoritism. So, see, right there, it lets you know that it's bullshit because there's no such thing in the United States as a colorblind society. So when people come with that shit, I don't see color. It doesn't matter if a person is red, blue, green, polka dot. It lets you know that they are disingenuous, because if you don't see color, you don't see anything. You are totally blind. And all this red, blue, polka dot, green people, there are no red, blue, polka dot or green people. So you are going to dismiss me as a person, as you are trying to talk to me as a real person, and throwing in red, green, purple, and polka dot people. See, all of that is bullshit. So if somebody tell you about all of these red, green, polka dot peoples, that you're no different than that means that you do not exist to them. Color blindness. Okay. It encouraged meritocracy and a colorblind society, not race or sex-based favoritism. Adherence to this principle is essential to creating opportunity. Oh. Encouraging achievement and sustaining the American dream. But a pre-innocuous movement endangers this foundational principle, seeking to transform America's promise of equal opportunity. Well, actually, the Civil Rights Act was the thing that helped guarantee a the American dream of equal rights and equal opportunity. Okay, okay, but the pernicious movement endangers this foundational principle, seeking to transform America's promise of equal opportunity into a divisive pursuit of results preordinated by irrelevant immutable characteristics, regardless of individual strengths, efforts, or achievement. This key tool, hold on, of the movement. Let me put my glasses on. A key tool of this movement is to disparage impact liability, which holds that near a insurmountable presumption of unlawful discrimination exists where there are any differences in outcome in certain circumstances among different races, sexes, or similar groups, even if there are no uh, uh, fa- faculty, even if there are no fallacy discrimination policy or practice or discrimination intent involved. And even if everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed, desperate impact liability all but requires individuals and business to consider race and engage in racial balancing to avoid potential crippling legal liability. So it, the, uh, the fact that uh, we have to show that we are uh, not turning away people because of their color, it creates an imbalance. And who's to say that you're just naturally not the chosen one? Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hey, reviewers of you. Hi, M. Renee. I was just going over this new executive order that the president has signed. The euthanizer came in and let me know. Uh, he's, but I'm so sick of this shit. I'm really sick of this shit. He took out the part of Lyndon Johnson's executive order that there cannot be any segregation. So the good thing about this executive order is the next president who comes into office can also take out this executive order. So, okay, a key tool of this movement is to uh, disparate impact liability, which holds that a near insurmountable presumption of unlawful discrimination exists where there are any differences in outcome in certain circumstances among different races, sexes, or similar groups, even if there is no factually discrimination policy or practice or discriminatory intent involved. And even if everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed, uh, desperate impact liability all but requires individual and businesses to consider race and engage in racial balancing to avoid potential crippling legal liability. So what he's saying is, if you have an all white office, if you've never had any employees other than white people, that is fine. That doesn't mean that there's any discrimination, and you don't have to prove it. That's what he's saying. If you don't give black people loans for their houses, no, you ain't got to prove it. They just didn't get the loan. They had the opportunity. I can tell you, they had the opportunity. They feel that here's their application right here. They didn't get the loan. That ain't because of discrimination. Even though we don't give no black people loans, even though we've given white people loans with far shakier circumstances that we refuse the black person's loan, it does not mean that it is discrimination. Why are you guys holding up? What is this? What is they calling this? Why are you guys holding us up to these standards? They had the opportunity. Okay. We can't make the outcomes be something that you want them to be. We gave them the application. The outcome is the outcome. It's not because of racism. Nothing is because of racism. Why are all of these laws on the books because of racism? Why are there HBCUs even? They black people had the opportunity to go to these schools. Oh, they didn't. Oh, okay. Oh, black people, this is a president who said that took out the part about segregation in federal contracts. You did not have to make sure that you had a workforce that was not segregated. That's okay with this president, but he wants us to believe that everybody have the same opportunities. But he doesn't require the federal workers no longer who get federal contracts. He doesn't require them to no longer segregate their workers. They can segregate their workers under this administration. But there's no such thing as racism. Everything is about fair outcomes. Everybody's given a chance and given, to get a fair outcome. Make it make sense. Okay, let me see what else. I'm not gonna stop nowhere. Okay. Uh, desperate impact liability, but those. Let me see. I read that. One on a practical level, desperate impact liability has hindered businesses from making hiring, and other employment decisions based upon merit and skill, their needs or their needs of their customers because of the specter that such a process might lead to disparate outcomes. Let me see. And thus disparate impact lawsuits. This has made it difficult, in some cases impossible, for employers to use bona fide job oriented evaluations when recruiting. Th- this prevents us to just say, hey, we need a bevy of white males and females. You're hindering us. No blacks need apply. You're hindering us from being what, and you notice he always comes up with this bullshit when he don't want you to look at the real shit. He trying to get our attention on black people. Like we have caused so many problems, demanding that we be treated fairly in America, and to the point where America had to create laws and to make sure that we're treated fairly. But now he wants to take those away. He wants us to look at that. He wants us to be all into this shit. we 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 like the black farmers, Donald Trump. uh your people gonna be moaning and crying anyway. Your people moaning and crying because they voted for your ass, and they the ones who lost the jobs. We are used to being disenfranchised of employment that we are highly qualified for. We know that we are highly qualified for some jobs that somebody with less education gives us, that we should have their job. We understand all of this already. Let's keep it above. The reason why he's talking about this is because he had to fucking bend his motherfucking knee to China because Besson told him that this shit is not going to work. He's the reason why he talking about this shit is because the owners of Walmart, Target, and Home Depot cornered his ass and told him if he don't take them fucking tariffs off China, our shelves are going to be empty in 2 weeks. He don't want you to pay attention to that. He don't want you to pay attention to what fuck up, and the lack of merit that he has for his job because he loves uneducated voters. That's why he's doing this shit. So he understands that his voters are not happy with him as well. The people who put him in office, the ones who Elon Musk ramshacked through their jobs as he continued to collect $1 billion contracts. See, he don't want to talk about any of that shit. So let's do something to the blacks again. Let's do something to my blacks again. Okay. Let me see what you guys are saying. I'm gonna put this in the. I'm gonna drop this in the chat. This is the actual wording of this executive order. Let me put this in the chat. And Renee, you see why I be fussing in the morning? Do you see why I be fussing in the morning? Hey, Max. Keisha Bishop, long time no see. Good to see you. I recall Tesla just had to pay out a discrimination lawsuit to a black employee for discrimination in saying, "Welcome to the plantation," another gift for his master. Sugar Shack TV. Exactly. Exactly. And what the fuck Al Sharpton got? Yeah, I read that he met with Al Sharpton twice. Al Sharpton twice, but Al Sharpton didn't push us to continue to boycott them. So Al Sharp is who the fuck is Al Sharpton? Al Sharpton is our master. Have you heard Al? I have. Well, I don't watch Al Sharpton. Has Al Sharpton been out here telling us to keep up the cause or even do the cause, or has he been ignoring the cause? So what the fuck going to Al Sharpton gonna do? Al Sharpton was basically mum on this situation, as far as I'm concerned. Because I ain't heard a goddamn thing that Al Sharpton had to say to encourage people to boycott these places. I guess he figured out, it ain't no use to telling some people to boycott places because God knows niggas try to like to pretend like they fancy because they go into Target talking about some Target. Motherfucking lost when they think that they balling up when they go to Target. So there's that. Meat for what? And Renee must be talking to someone else, saying yes I do and laughing. Okay. He needs to sit his ass down. I like Fat Al. Okay. Okay, let me see what else this executive order is trying to prove. Okay. Because disparate impact liability employee cannot act in the best interest of the job applicant, the employer, and the American public. Disparate impact liability imperils the effectiveness of civil rights laws by mandating rather than proscribing discrimination. As the Supreme Court put it, the way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to stop discrimination on the basis of race. So just tell the people, oh, stop discrimination, stop discriminating on the basis of race. Be more like your President 45 and 47, and have an office full of white people, preferably race and social status. Preferably, don't be prejudiced against the poor as well. So don't align yourself with those well-to-do. Kind of like all the white billionaires that he has in his cabinet, and the one black donkey that he has in his cabinet is a whole Trumper do boy. It's awful funny that there is actually a story out, and the only black person in his last cabinet was a do boy as well. He didn't even have to be a Trump or do boy. He was a do boy as well. And both of these black people who are in his administration, the last one and the current one, are over HUD. And he talking about the best way to not to discriminate against race is not discriminating by race. Whatever. Listen, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the black race. That's who I'm talking about, because that's who fought for this shit. Fuck anybody, any other race who want to have a fight. You have your own fight. I'm talking about the motherfuckers who created this fight and won this fight. That y'all, a lot of you motherfuckers just walked into, and then have the nerves to be to discriminate against black people, you motherfucking selves. That's who I'm talking to. If it don't apply, let it fly. Y'all can let a whole lot of dumb shit in this beef sector fly. So if that don't apply, let that fly too. This is some serious shit. Okay. Okay, where am I? Disparate impact liability impairs the effectiveness, exec, effectiveness of civil rights laws by mandating rather than prescribing discrimination. As the Supreme Court says, the way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to stop discriminating on the basis of race. Disparate impact liability is wholly in, in what is this? Hold on. Okay. Disparate in impact liability, which is wholly inconsistent with the constitutions and threatens the commitment to merit and equality of opportunity that forms the foundation of the American dream. Under my administration, citizens will be treated equally before the law. This is This is a white man, a racist white man with a racist administration. We're talking about merit when he has a whole motherfucking white supremacist bootlicker over the Department of Justice, and he see where that has got him, and all of him and that bootlicking tattooed white supremacist that he has over the Department of Justice have made total clowns out of the United States. But to two fucking two fucking people who always want to talk about merit when they have absolutely none. And we see that where that has gotten him. A whole fool out here making foolish decisions, making America look like the fools of the whole world. Sitting up here talking about merit. Excuse me. Under my administration, citizens would be treated equally before the laws as individuals, not co-signed to a certain fate based on their immutable characteristics. Oh, really? Policy. It is the policy of the United States to eliminate the use of disparate impact liability in all contexts to the maximum degree possible to avoid violating the Constitution. Federal. Now, this is a motherfucker talking about he's going to do this to avoid violating the Constitution. This motherfucker who has had 3 sets of judges tell him to bring that man back from El Salvador and haven't done it yet. 9 of the Supreme Court justices told him to bring that man back from El Salvador, and then they want to hang there. Oh, well, this expedite or facilitate. The expedite doesn't mean we have to facilitate it. To facilitate it doesn't mean we have to expedite it. They're playing dumb to the point that they bring out that buffoon Stephen Miller to say that the Supreme Court said the exact opposite. We won the case. 9 Supreme Court justices agreed with us, and they said that now this was in plain English what the Supreme Court said. Now he talking about he can't guarantee that he's not going to allow overt racism to happen in the United States because of the Constitution that he don't follow. Everything is about the Constitution all of a sudden. Okay. Let me see. Okay. To avoid violating the Constitution, federal civil rights law, and basic American ideas. Basic Americans' ideas was to have people enslaved. That was a basic American idea that was changed going forward. So now he wants us to go where backwards. Okay, so let's keep it clear. We're pretending like we care about the uh, Constitution, federal civil rights laws, and basic American ideas. Okay, so the civil rights laws is the laws that made sure the shit that you getting rid of. Uh, this shit is stupid. Okay. Uh, Section 3, revoking certain presidential's actions. So he's going to revoke certain. Uh, excuse me. I guess he's going to revoke other executive orders by former presidents. Section 3, revoking certain presidential actions. The following presidential approvals of the regularization promulgation under this section are hereby revoked. A. The President of approval of July 25th, 1966, the Department of Justice Title 6 regulations. As applied to another section, it has a whole lot of numbers, in full, and the presidential approval of July 5th, 1973, the Department of Justice Title 6 regulations, another regulation number, as applied to the words or effect in both places they appear, as applied to another section number, in full. I don't know. I don't know what any of these section numbers are. I don't know why they notice they didn't say section number, which applies to. They just wrote section numbers. So I'm gonna have to go find out exactly what these section numbers encompass. Okay. Enforcement. Enforcement's discretion to ensure lawful governance, giving the limited enforcement resources of the executive departments and agencies the unlawfulness of disparate impact liability. The policy of this order, all agencies shall deprioritize enforcement of all statutes and regulations to the extent that they include disparate impact liability, including but not limited to, and he has two sections numbers down here. So why they didn't write this in English and just instead of putting these section numbers down here is because they're trying to have plausible deniability that they are doing the things that they are doing, because they know most of America and probably most of even people in his staff, you don't look at these section numbers, they don't mean anything to you. Let me see. Hold on a second. Hold on for a second. Let me see what this is. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can see what this is right now. I am at a computer. Okay. Okay. Enforcement discretion to ensure lawful governance, given the limited enforcement resources of executive departments. Well, you shouldn't have. So these executive departments were within the federal government. You know, those departments that you allow Elon Musk to dismantle. Now, because of limited enforcement resources, of executive departments and agencies. These are federal agencies which were to ensure that they could handle this case. Because Elon Musk dismantled these agencies who were investigating the discrimination going on in his workforce. Let's be clear. Kind of like the reason why there's no going to be no more examination of milk because under Robert F. Kennedy, who doesn't know who was fired and why from the Department of Health and Human Services, the FDA will no longer be examining milk, which can have all type of deadly pathogens in it, as the United States already is aware of, because of the Wiley Act of 1906, which uh, thousands of babies in New York City alone died from all the fucking pathogens that were in the milk that they fucking they said the milk looked blue, and they were putting chalk and plaster of Paris in the milk, the spoiled, rotten milk that they were selling in New York City. And then the fucking, you know what plaster of Paris does? It hardens in the in your digestive tract, and it kills you. 8,000 babies, and that's why the FDA was created, because of all the fucking rotten meat that they were soaking in borax and still selling, killing people. That's why the FDA was fucking invented. And now they have cut so many people that the FDA will not be regulating and examining the food that is put out for the American people to eat. So we're not going to talk about that. Let's talk about why it is impractical to give everybody equal rights. Well, let's talk about how America was so much better when we could just discriminate against people at our will, and nothing to be done with it. I don't know. Listen. Oh, very Carrie. Thank you for being here, my mod. Thank you. I appreciate you being here, very Carrie. Let me pin my link because I see I'm going to be behind stage a lot. Ronnie Q, you can put the website links into Chat GPT and ask it to look up the points paragraph by paragraph and use it for school. Thank you for being so thorough, though. Oh yeah, I did. Hold on, I did do something so I can read this paragraph in its entirety without all the numbers in it. Okay. All right. So. If I can get through the paragraph without running my motherfucking mouth. Okay. Given the limited enforcement resources, the executive department and agencies, the unlawfulness and disparate impact liability, and the policy of this order, all agencies shall deprioritize enforcement of all statutes and regulations to the extent they include disparate impact liability, including but not limited to general, no person in the United States shall on the ground of race, color, or national origin be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefit of, or be otherwise subjected to discrimination under any program which this subpart applies. Specific discriminatory discriminatory action. They ain't got to worry about this no more, is what he's saying. You ain't got, this is what you don't have to worry about this law no more. This is the section that they have down that you do not have to bother to worry about. Specific discriminatory actions prohibited. Uh, uh, a recipient to which this subpart applies may not directly or thoroughly contractually other arrangement on the grounds of race, color, or national origin, deny an individual any disposition services, financial aid, benefit provided under the program. You don't have to worry about that anymore. You can don't ignore that. See, this is what these acts that he included ensured that you could not discriminate against, but now he's saying you can. Okay, let me see. Provide any disposition services, financial aid, or benefit in an individual to an individual which is different or is provided in a different manner from that provided to others under this program. Subject an individual to segregation or separate treatment in any matter related to this re- receipt of any disposition services, financial aid or benefit under the program. Another thing is restrict an individual in any way in the enjoyment and any advantage or privileges enjoyed by others receiving a disposition services, financial aid, or benefit under the program. This seems like this is, I don't know. It doesn't have to be just colleges. It can be in any aspects of life. Okay. Treat an individual differently from others in determining whether he satisfies any admission, enrollment, quota, eligibility, membership, or other requirement of condition which individuals must meet in order to be provided any disposition services, financial aid, function, or benefit provided under the program, or deny any individual an opportunity to participate in the program through the provision of services or otherwise affirm him as an opportunity to do so, which is different from that afforded others under this program, including the opportunity to participate in the program as an employee, but only to the extent set forth in paragraph C of this section. Deny a person the opportunity to participate as a member of a planning advisory body, which is an integral part of the program. You can't do all, you weren't allowed to do all of this. It's a bevy of shit. A recipient in determination the type of disposition services, financial aid, benefits, or facilities which will be provided under any program, or the class of individuals whom I lost my place. I scrolled too far. A recipient in the a recipient in determination type of disposition services, financial aid, benefits, or facilities which will be provided under any such program, or the class of individuals to whom or the situations in which will be provided under any such program, or the class of individuals to be afforded an opportunity to participate in any such program may not be directly or through contractual or other arrangement utilize criteria or methods of administration which have the effect of subjecting individuals to discrimination because of their race, color, or national origin, or have the effect of defeating of substantially impairing accomplishments of the objective of the program as in respect to individual or a particular race, color, national origin. In determination, this here's another point in determining the site location of facilities. A recipient or applicant may not make selections, which means like, oh, you can't choose to buy a house in this area. We're redlining again. So determining this the site location of facilities, a recipient or applicant may not make selections with the purpose of effect of excluding individuals from denying them the benefit of subjecting them to discrimination under any program to which this subpart applies. We can redline again. Redlining is on the books again. Okay, if boldly on the books again. I can't say it's ever been off the books. I, no, it really has been off the books. Uh, you know, actually the market determines who can buy. In some little I know that there was a Asian was it a high rise or condos in Houston that a black man wanted to buy. They wouldn't allow him to buy in the complex. The lady was like, maybe you want to go to somewhere where you would be more comfortable, and they upheld it in Houston. Uh, so okay. So redlining is back on. For the purpose of this selection in disposition services, financial aid, or other beneficial provided under the program receiving federal financial assistance shall be deemed to include all portions of the recipient program or activity, including facilities, equipment, property provided with the federal aid financial assistance. The enumeration of specific forms of prohibited discrimination in the paragraph and in the paragraph C of this section does not limit the generality of the prohibition in paragraph A of this section. I don't know. Employment practices. Whenever a primary objective for the federal financial assistance to program, which is this substart applies, it is to provide employment to a recipient of such assistance may not be directly or through contractual or other arrangements subject any individual to discrimination on the grounds of race, color, or national origin. In its employment practices under such program include recruitment, advertisement, employment, layoffs, terminations, upgrading, demotion, or transfer rates of pay, or other forms of compensation, and use of facilities. So we can do all of this discrimination in the workplace now. That prohibition also applies to programs as to which a primary objective of the federal financial assistance is to assist individual through employment to meet experiences include. Wait a minute. To assist individuals through employment to meet expenses incited to use commencement or continuation of their education or training. So I guess they are talking about when employers help pay for you to go back to school. That seems like that is what they're talking about. They're no longer have to provide a work experience which contributes to the education or training of the individuals involved. The requirement applicable to construction employment under any section shall be those specific in our pursuit part 3 executive order. Okay. In regard to federal financial assistance which does not have providing employment as a primary objective, the provisions of paragraph 1C in this section apply to the employment practices of the recipient if discrimination on the ground of race, color, or national origin, such employment practices trends on the ground of race, color, national origin to exclude a person from participation in, to deny them the benefits of, or to subject them to discrimination under the program receiving federal financial assistance. In any such case, the provisions of paragraph C1 of this section shall apply to extend necessary assurance of equality, opportunity, and non-discriminatory benefits. But you notice that in this 47 executive order, he is saying he's trying to weed out the discrimination in the Civil Rights Act. Weed it out how, per se? He's trying to weed out. He feels like it is too much for the white man to treat everybody as their equal. The white man has to feel like, and he has to have someone underfoot. Who was that who said that you can? Who was that who said something about you can present a white man with somebody who is a black person who is way above them in stature and standing, and as long as he can make himself feel better than that man, what? How did that saying go? As long as a white man can feel better than the poorest white man can feel better than a black man who is more wealthier, have a higher social status, the white man will be happy. So he's trying to make his white people happy. Because his white people, his white voters, even his white voters are unhappy with him. He didn't give a fuck about you dumb niggas who voted for him and were espousing all of the greatness of 45, 47. He didn't give a fuck about you and all that dumb shit you was talking about him. He didn't give a fuck about you. Dear no self-esteem, he didn't give a fuck about you dumb bitches out here talking about the greatness of Donald Trump. He gave zero fucks about you black bitches out here talking about how he was going to be such a great president, because he know you dumb bitches are stupid. Hey, Angela T. Wright, Grand Rising. Can you guys please hit the like button? Good morning, Madison, Grand Rising. Miss Queenie, it seems like you're here. Thank you for being here. You can put the website in chat. The whole website in chat. Let me see. I don't know how to do that. Okay. I don't know how to put the website. I've never used GTP. That's something I don't. Okay, we're back to the White House executive order. He's talking about existing regulations as delegated by the executive order 12250 of November of 1980, leadership and coordination of non-discrimination laws. The Attorney General shall enact appropriate actions to repeal or amend the implementing regulations for the Title VI of Civil Rights Act of 1964 for all agencies to the extent that they contemplate imp, disparate impact liability. Within 30 days of the date of this order, the Attorney General, in coordination with the heads of all other agencies, shall report to the President through an assistance to the President for domestic policy. All existing regulations, guidance, rules, and other orders that impose disparate impact liability or similar requirements and detail agency steps for their amendment or repeal as of appropriate under applicable law and all other laws, decisions, and including the state level that imposes disparate impact liability, and any appropriate measures to address any constitutional or other legal infirmities. So, what they are saying that that law of November 1980, no, you don't have to do that anymore. Uh, what else is on this shit? It's a whole bevy of shit. Let me see. Hold on. General provision. Nothing in this order shall be construed to impair or otherwise affect the authority granted by law to an executive branch agency or the head thereof, the functions of the director of the Office of Management and Budget, which is Roosevelt, the co-author of Project 2025. That's who the director of office management and budget is. Okay, so general provision. Nothing in this order shall be constructed to impart or otherwise affect the authority granted by law to an executive department, agency, or the head thereof, or the functions of the director of office of management and budget relating to budgetary, administrative, or legislative proposal. In this order shall uh, implement consistent with this order shall be implemented consistent with applicable laws, subject to the availability of appropriations. This order is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit, substantive or procedural, enforceable at law, or any equity by any party against the United States, its departments, agencies, and entities, its officers, employees, or agents, or any other person. So it applies to everybody but people in the government, at the heads of government. That's all they're saying. That's all they're saying to me. Uh, In coordination with other agencies, the Attorney General shall determine whether any federal authority preempts state laws, regulations, policies, or practices that impose disparate impact liability based on a federally protected characteristic such as race, sex, age, or whether such laws or regulations and policies. Now, it didn't even say anything about national origin. It said such as race, sex, or age, or whether such laws, regulations, or policies or practices have constitutional infirmities that warrant federal action, and shall take appropriate measures consistent with the policy of this order. The Attorney General and the chair of the EEOC shall jointly formulate and and issue guidance or technical assistance to employers regarding appropriate methods to promote equal access to employment, regardless of whether an applicant has a college education where appropriate. Let me see. Regardless of whether an applicant has a college education where appropriate. That don't make sense to me. So the Attorney General, Pam Bimbo, is supposed to get with the chair of the EEOC and tell them which cases they will not be taking uh, uh, about age discrimination, any type of discrimination. No, that's she's going to get together with them and make sure you don't even bother to take these EEOC cases. I know a couple of people who have gone through the EEOC to get a right to sue letter for their from their EEOC, and in each instances, it doesn't seem like these people would even be allowed to uh, bring their case before the EEOC. Russell Vogt and Pam Bondi are the people who are spearheading this non-discrimination shit. Okay. Within 45 days of the date of this order, the Attorney General and the chair of the EEOC shall assess all pending investigations, civil suits, or positions taken in ongoing matters under the federal civil rights law within their respective jurisdictions, including Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that rely on a theory of disparate impact liability and shall take appropriate actions with respect to such matters consistent with the policy of this order, which means you would dump all of the discrimination case that you have already determined have merit. That's what within 45 days, you would dump all the cases which are going forward, which you have determined are cases that are valid and that you should be able to fight in court for. You will dismiss all of those cases. That's what it means. Within 45 days of the date of this order, the Attorney General, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, the Director of Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the Chair of the Federal Trade Commission, and the heads of other agencies responsible for enforcement of the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. They fucking with y'all credit? Oh, Lord. The Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, fair housing. Uh, There it is, right here, black and white. Fuck fair housing. Fuck fair housing. Okay. Lord have mercy. Or laws prohibiting unfair, deceptive, or abusive act or practices shall evaluate all pending proceedings that rely on theories of disp- uh, disparate impact liability and take the appropriate actions with respect to such matters consistent with the policy of this order. Uh, any Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, fuck, fuck protected these motherfuckers. You're not allowed to protect them. Let these different agencies fuck them over. We no longer have the CFPB that protected them from. Uh, Hold on, I gotta sneeze. Already have stopped them and shut them down as much as we could to for protecting all consumers. But these black consumers, especially, we're gonna stop them. And but the thing about this, all of this shit is, all of you motherfucking Asians, all of you motherfucking Hispanics who want to be everything close to white, who want to be white effacing, who want to appear as if you are not like black people. He talking about you motherfuckers too. All of you motherfuckers. He talking about all of you motherfuckers too, who think you are so different from the black people. But I think a lot of you Hispanic people have fucked around and found out. I think a lot of you Asian people, you guys think you are white as well. You're white facing. So you have also helped put this motherfucker in office. He's talking about you too. So but well, you guys treat your own like slaves. Y'all smuggle them over here and have them working and living in the nail shop, doing people's nail with absolutely no training, no licensing, no anything, and they leave y'all alone because y'all treating them like slaves. Y'all have them all living in one motherfucking house and shit, and that's why they act like you're their sex. There's always one a big lady in the nail shop who tell everybody, you take this one, you take that one. You can tell who's what the house mother, the madam of the fucking nail shop. That's why I do my own motherfucking nails. Fuck that shit. People sit up there and watch people do their nails and feet every damn 2 weeks, every week, time after time after time after time, and then they act like they don't understand how to do their own motherfucking nails and feet. Got motherfuckers out here talking about they don't know how to do their feet. They your feet. How can another motherfucker take better care of you than you take care of yourself? Because these motherfuckers buying into the illusion that it makes you some grand bitch. No, it makes you a stupid bitch. That's what it makes you, a dumb bitch who can't take care of themselves. It's a poor soul who cannot take care of themselves. But y'all don't want to do business with black people. God forbid you do business with other black people. Okay, so let me see what you guys are saying. You just go paste it to the website and tell it what you want with a prompt like summarize the article paragraph by paragraph and tell me the real world impact. Okay, let me try Chat GPT. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Okay, I did exactly what you told me. They're searching. On April 23rd, 2025, President 4547, they actually said 45 and 47 in Chat GPT, uh, signed an executive order titled Restoring Equality of the Opportunity in Meritocracy. This order aims to eliminate the use of disparate impact liability in federal law and policy, asserting that such legal standards compel organizations to engage in race or sex-based decisions making to avoid potential lawsuits, even when no discriminatory intent exists, the administration argues that this approach undermines merit-based practices and constitutional principles of equal treatment. Thank you. I like that. Okay, key provisions, policy shift. The order declares that the U.S. will eliminate the use of disparate impact liability wherever possible to uphold constitutional values and federal civil rights laws. Revocation of previous regulation. It revokes specific Departments of Justice Title VI regulations that were previously approved by presidential actions of 1966 and 1973. Real world impact. The federal contractors and agencies. The order rescinds Executive Order 11246, which mandated affirmative action for federal contractors, ending effectively ending race and sex-based affirmative action requirements in federal contracting agencies are now directed to ensure that their contractors and grant recipients comply with federal anti-discrimination laws without engaging in DEI programs that could be deemed discriminatory. So DEI, that's the discrimination. Okay. Private sector and educational institutions, organizations receiving federal funds, including healthcare providers, research institutions, and educational entities, must certify that they do not operate DEI programs violating federal anti-discrimination laws. This has led to the termination of contracts with service providers advancing DEI initiatives. Legislative and industry response. The executive order has faced criticism from various sectors. The Information Technology Council labeled it as a significant step backwards for racial equality, arguing that it imposes under regulatory burdens on private businesses and potentially infringes on First Amendment's right. Legal challenges have been initiated with plaintiffs contending that the order violates constitutional provisions, including the Fifth Amendment Due Process Clause and the First Amendment of Free Speech Clause. Okay. In summary, the executive order represents a substantial shift in federal policy, moving away from DEI-focused initiatives towards the framework emphasizing individual merit and equal opportunity without the consideration of group bias characteristics. This has led to a significant change in the federal contracting funding requirements and has sparked legal and public debates about balances between anti-discrimination effort and merit-based practices. Fuck a merit-based practice. Thank you, the euthanizer. Thank you for showing me how to use that chat GPT. All of that to say what? All of that to say that. All of that to divert from how this motherfucker fucked up the economy. That was signed yesterday. That was signed yesterday. Hey, the Bushes, how you doing? Hey, Tebe, forever. It's good to see you as well. Bingo! Yes, I got it. That was so much easier to read and digest. Okay, so what I would say to that is, thank God that it is just an executive order. Thank God that there will be legal challenges to this BS. I think it's total BS, and it's just trying to he's trying to appeal to people on these social issues that will bring out the racists who support him to make it feel like he's doing something to these idiots who support him, uh, hell or high water, or however their own personal lives have been impacted by his idiocy. So let's be clear. It's just fresh meat to his base. To try to wrangle in his base, to try to give the wink and the nod of racism to his base, that they will stick with him. You don't have anybody who's willing to just totally wipe out civil rights laws, uh, all the way up and through segregation. You know, I'm gonna wipe all of this out. Look at what I am doing for you. But meanwhile, don't look at your real motherfucking life, and blame that on the black people. So if he has eliminated all of this, what are the white people? What is the poor white trash gonna blame on the black people now? Hey, Barn Dog, Grand Rising, it's good to see you. Um, the link is pinned if anybody wants to join the conversation. I know you're more than welcome. Yeah, the link is pinned. That's why it's pinned. If you guys have anything to say, come through GTP. Thank God. Okay. Nothing. Okay. Let's continue. Um, I want to share this with you guys. You know, hold up. I don't know what making me sneeze. Okay, excuse me. Okay. Hey, Kings Mina. Grand Rising is always good to see you. I want to share this with you. You guys do know that 4547, who said that China is going to uh, he had. Now, people keep saying that he had tariffs up to 145, but he increased them another 100 to 245. So people keep forgetting the other 100, and they said they that after the tariffs were 145 percent on China, that is basically a trade embargo. So anything above 145 is an embargo. So anything above 145 is basically a trade embargo, which means we're not doing trade with them. But no, now 45 and 47 came out the other day and said that China is working with them. He came out very meek. He said that he in this trade when China comes to the table to negotiate those tariffs, he was going to even make China take responsibility for the pandemic. He said that he was going to make them apologize and take responsibility for the pandemic. That's what he said. Can you imagine? Oh. Did y'all know that? Let me see if anybody paying attention to me or y'all other chats. And I'm just talking to myself. If I'm talking to myself, I don't need to pause. I mean, I will just muddle through and just talk through this whole situation. I can do that. Okay. Okay. So, so, 4547 came out and said that he is, in fact, going to, uh, he's in talks with China, and China would be good to understand that they need this robust American economy. After he was visited by the owners of Target, Walmart, and Home Depot, and was told that United States shelves will be empty in 2 weeks if he didn't do anything about his tariff. Let's be real clear about it. So he's delusional. It was because of him. People died in the pandemic. Yeah, he was going to end these negotiations with China that they were puffing their chest out and actually saying that China that they have been in talks with of all of these nations that they have had coming and running to them because they know that they need the American economy. And it was like over 90 nations that reached out, and they have something on paperwork with 18 or 19 nations, but no motherfucking deal. What they did not tell you is that they had any deals with any of these nations, and then they tried to make you think that China needed us. Why would China need us? See, China was making deals with India, with Vietnam, and all of these other nations because they act like we don't know. Well, I will be clear. A lot of us don't know that China has uh, China has uh, people that they can trade with through their BRICS union. So, what you have not heard in all of this talking about tariffs and trades and who needs us, but you ain't heard about all of the nations that are coming together to make China, India, Russia, and South Africa strong by joining the BRICS nation, by trading in gold. You ain't heard none of that shit. You ain't heard nothing about that. So he comes out yesterday 4547. It says that well, China is talking to us now, and we're going to try to get down to something where the tariff, they're not going to be nearly as high as they are now, but they're not going to be that high, but they're not going to be zero. So they're going to be between 145 and zero. You say China is talking to you now? So you say, is that what you say? We need them. I was about to have a purse party. Thank you, the euthanizer. I appreciate you dropping that T. It's very important. So China is about to have a purse party for King's Mina. Okay, so here's the real about what China humiliates Trump in his trade war. I want you to listen to what China has to say about these alleged negotiations with 45 and 47. China said they ain't talking to 45, 47. Y'all can believe that shit if you want to. So he wants you to believe that he's about to lift the tariffs on China because China is talking, and they're talking like they have good sense. But China came out and pulled the rug under this motherfucker's ass and said, "Motherfucker, we ain't talking to you. Why you telling your people that? We ain't talking. We are not in any discussion." So let's see what China has to say about these discussions.
The trade war, China is effectively calling Donald Trump and his team a bunch of liars. That's sort of today's show. And check out the headlines. You'll see what I'm saying. China says no ongoing trade talks with the U.S., calls for canceling the unilateral tariff. So again, China says we're not talking to the U.S. You see right there. China says no ongoing trade talks with the U.S. That is very different language than what Trump's been saying. Have a listen to this.
Hi, Mr. President, on China.
Yeah, we are going to have
fair deal with China. It's going to be fair.
Are you talking to them actively now?
Actively. Everything's active. Everybody wants to be a part of what we're doing. They know that they can't get away with it any longer, but they're still going to do fine. And we're going to have a country that you can be proud of, not a laughing stock all over the world for.
Whenever Trump does this stuff, it's just like, it feels like a confession, right? Oh, we're not going to be a laughing stock anymore. And it's like, do you hear yourself? You know, are you having active talks with China? Oh yeah, active. Everyone's active. and it's funny when I saw this, it reminds me of the scene in the first Star Wars. If you guys know, Luke Skywalker and Han Solo go to rescue the princess, and they get to like the guard room area. Han Solo takes out the guards, and then he has to talk to the intercom, and they're just like, hey, what's going on down there? We heard some firing. Is everything okay? And Han Solo's like, oh yeah, we're all fine. Everything's all fine. We're all great. How are you? And the guy's like, who's your operating number? Right. And Han Solo then, shoots the council as a bad conversation anyway. Right. And essentially that's what this is. Right. It's like Donald Trump's trying to, steal something and basically trying to hold a conversation when it's all BS. That's what it sounds like. Is it active? Oh yeah. Active. And China's calling him out. Listen to this. So this is coming from Beijing. It says Beijing, China on Thursday said that there are no discussions with the U.S. on tariffs, despite indications coming from the White House this week, and there would be some easing in the tension. So whatever White House says, they're saying that we're not talking to them. Another quote here. At the present, there are absolutely no negotiations on the economy and trade between China and the U.S. That's coming from the commerce over in China. He added that all sayings regarding progress on bilateral talks should be dismissed. And they also say if the U.S. really wants to resolve the problem, it should cancel all unilateral measures on China. It is very different than what you're hearing from the U.S. Let's listen to more what the U.S. is saying.
Trump's tariffs are working, and dozens of countries are running to the White House to negotiate, or we're running there. But where do we stand with China? Are we any closer to a deal with China?
How soon do you want to bring the tariffs on Chinese goods?
Well, that depends on them. If we don't have a deal with a company or a country, we're going to set the tariff. We just set the tariff. It's something that we think that will happen, I'd say, over the next couple of weeks. Wouldn't you say? I think so. Over the next 2.
Why are you looking at them? You're the one who made this idiotic tariff move, and you're looking at them like they in on it. Like, oh yeah, we've been discussing it. Just look back and let these motherfucking bumbling boot-licking bitches and motherfuckers behind you act as if you guys have been talking about it. What a fucking imbecile.
3 weeks.
It's just like they're just making it up as they go along. And another way to think about this is kind of like, imagine you're
it kills me. He doesn't have an idea until the press asks him a dumb question. Oh yeah, that sounds good. We've been thinking about that. And you can tell that he just heard this bumbling idea. Oh yeah, we may look into that. Yeah, we're gonna look into that. That's something we're working on. I just heard it from you, and that sounds like a good idea. That's something we've been working on in 3 sentences. Don't tell me y'all ain't never noticed that. That's where the terrorists, the people are vandalizing Tesla dealership. Do you think? Have you thought about charging them as terrorists? That's where that came from. A stupid press question, and it has become this idiot's policy that Pam Bundy, we're gonna bring charges against anyone who is messing with it, and you will be happy to know that there is another man who's going to get 20 years for violating a Tesla dealership. That is terrorism, domestic terrorism. That's where that came from. A dumb question from the dumb press that he has following him while he kicks out the real press. And we're going to talk about that too today.
Grade, and you tell all your friends that, there's that.
Okay, let me share this other screen with you. So this morning we got the results from what China had to say from these bold-faced lies that 45-47 is out here peddling. I have something else I would like to present. I just got that this morning. Um, this was the original audio I was going to share with you. Now, 4547 has caved. So let's listen to a little of this.
Mostly because I studiously avoid cliche, and chickened out is like a wicked lazy cliche, really cliche phrasing. It's the kind of thing you can expect from the low brows of social media world, where Elon Musk, who makes the mistake of thinking he's actually quite funny, often uses even uglier language. But Trump chickened out is actually big news today, big news in China, where the hashtag Trump chickened out was trending on Chinese social media. Chickened out is language beneath the dignity of the Wall Street Journal editorial board, of course. So tonight, instead of saying chickened out, they wrote this. Another harsh reality is that China called Mr. Trump's bluff and seems to have won this round. Beijing has also warned countries not to do trade deals with the United States that exclude China or else. With even U.S. allies facing Mr. Trump's tariff assault, Beijing's threat has resonated in a way that it never previously did. U.S. diplomatic sway is ebbing. The question going forward is whether Mr. Trump is internalizing these economic and political lessons or merely pausing to fight his trade war another day. We doubt even Mr. Trump knows the answer, since so much of his decision-making is ad hoc. And so there's the Wall Street Journal saying, Donald Trump doesn't know what he's doing. And in Wall Street Journal speak, yeah, they said he chickened out. They did. And so after trying to play the world's biggest tough guy by launching a trade war with China and the world, Donald Trump not only did not scare China a bit, but he is being humiliated in China as the world's biggest clown and the most economically incoherent American president China and the world have ever seen. Now, remember way back to last week, when Donald Trump was promising that he would have a big, beautiful trade agreement with China very soon, like now or sooner. No one in China is calling the White House. No one. And so with absolutely no proposal on the table from China, no concession from China, nothing but sharp, targeted, retaliatory action taken by China against the American economy, Donald Trump has decided to surrender to China without China giving Donald Trump anything in return. Absolutely nothing. Donald Trump said today that he was going to, at some time unknown, cut his absurdly high tariffs on Chinese goods, saying that the tariffs will, quote, come down substantially, but it won't be zero. Those were.
China did give him something. They gave him their asses to kiss. That's what China gave him in return. China gave him their asses to kiss. Let's be clear. That's all that he got out of all of this. And the only reason he has stopped this, let's be clear, is because of the three largest retailers in the United States telling him that if he continues with those China tariffs, the shelves will be empty in 2 weeks. And China's not calling them, but he's sitting up here acting as if he's having so many robust conversations with China. A whole motherfucking idiot has caused a lot of working people a lot of money, if not all of their money, in their 401k savings for their retirements. A lot of them who are close or actually at retirement age, who will have to either keep on working or just fucking eat cat food behind his dumb tariffs. But he allowed his billionaire buddies to get. You don't think that he called his billionaire buddies and told them it's time to buy, and then tweeted it was time to buy, and he brought them in the actual White House and told you how much money these people had made because he cut the tariffs off and they bought up fucking shit. Told you how many billions of dollars. One of them, who was it? Which one was it? One of them. One of them had earned 700 million or something. He said, I played it on here, and another one had won. Not one had gained 200 2 trillion, or no, 2 billion. 2 billion. It was either 2 or 4 billion. He had them right in the White House, in your face. But what did the American people earn? Well, I took affirmative. I took some more of affirmative action away. Be happy. Be happy. Go hate on them. Don't hate on me. It's their fault. It's not my fault. They're the one who's keeping you down. They have unfair advantages over you. These 2 black people who work for this company, and against the 98% white people, they're taking jobs away from you guys. We need jobs based on merit. And you dumb motherfuckers fall for it. Where are all of these bitches who wanted to come over here when I was telling them what Project 2025 had in store for them, and they wanted to talk about all the merits of 4547? Now all of these political junkies, late to bloom political junkies who wanted to come over here and jaw jank their motherfucking mouths at me ain't got a goddamn thing to say, because they didn't have a goddamn thing to say in the first place. They had absolutely no policy. They knew nothing of what they were talking about. A whole bunch of nigger bitches up here with some bullshit that they hear, talking points that they hear, and that they were following through with a whole bunch of disparaging talking points, and they are the ones who are losing. Half of them bitches probably didn't even vote in the first place. Let's keep it a buck. I wonder if Flicker, did your daddy get caught up in these motherfucking raids, bitch? Did somebody call ICE on your daddy, bitch? While you sitting up here talking about the grandness of 4547? Ugh. Let me continue.
Those were his words. Won't be zero. So now tariffs that were 145%, Donald Trump is saying won't be zero. Okay. And because Donald Trump is publicly losing his trade war and publicly surrendering to China, the stock market gained back some of its massive Trump losses today. The stock market wants Donald Trump to lose. That's what they're saying. They want him to lose his trade war. The stock market wants Donald Trump to surrender in the craziest worldwide trade war ever initiated in the history of the world. And that's why the stock market.
And we're not going to forget about how he was trying to say that he will fire Jerome Powell. And if I wanted to fire him, he'll be out of there. Yeah, like, you have no power to fire Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell had already said prior to his 4547's inauguration that he will not be stepping down. And then they said, well, what if he wants to get rid of you? He said he can't get rid of me. He does not have the authority to get rid of me, and I'm not going anywhere. So we're gonna act like we didn't hear all this, and now when this dummy puts forth these tariffs that are not working, that is making him look like the absolute only one responsible person for sinking this economy to the point of recession. He wants to, Jerome Powell, he's always too late. He needs to cut the interest rates. And if he would cut the interest, would you be on him to cut the interest rate if you hadn't fucked up the whole economy? And now you trying to finger point at someone else. Don't look at me, Jerome Powell. I'm going to get him out of here. If I want him out of here, he'd be out of here today. Well, if you want him to cut the interest rate, obviously he said he's not cutting the interest rate because it would be worse for the economy. Who are we supposed to take 4547 words on what will boost the economy? A motherfucker who bankrupted all of his private companies. And now he wants to blame it on Jerome Powell, what he did with the tariffs, that Jerome Powell didn't drop the interest rate. The interest rates ain't got shit to do with why we are in the predicament that we are. So he had been also coming out strong, like, if I'm thinking about getting rid of that guy, if I want him out, he's going to be out of there. And then Scott Bessent, the bitch ass Scott Bessent, who has been reeling and having arguments and tantrums with Elon Musk in the White House. Oh, who's been cutting the food in the White House? The White House is a whole hot white ghetto. Well, I can't say white ghetto. A whole motherfucking white trailer trash of motherfucking bullshit and arguments going on from motherfuckers with too much money wanting their way as usual as they are accustomed to getting it. So now these Besant, a multi-billionaire, and Elon Musk is in the White House fighting for who they want over what? The IRS? The IRS that they have cut out the investigation bureau of tax cheats. Elon Musk won the first round, and he got his person in there, and then all of a sudden the IRS no longer has a division that investigates tax cheat. Who does that benefit? Tax cheaters. This was Elon Musk's guy. And then Chuck, and what was his experience in finance? I played it for you last week. He had zero experience in any type of finance. He wasn't a CPT. He wasn't anything. He was just an auctioneer. Sold. That's what he did. That's who was over the IRS and granted the rich opportunity to not be investigated for tax frauds. But Besant and Elon Musk got into it in the White House, and then guess what happened? While 4547 is talking about getting rid of Jerome Powell, the Fed chair. Guess what happened? Scott Besant got what he wanted. Guess what happened? All these big companies came in and said that the shelves are going to be empty in two weeks. Guess what happened? Then Scott Besant said, "Get that motherfucking piece of shit who don't know nothing about finance out of the IRS." Then now Scott Besant's man is in the IRS, and you wonder why. Poor Elon is leaving the White House because his company, I think it was lost 70, Tesla lost 70% of its shares or something to that effect. Their sales are down 70%. That's what it is. Their sales are down 70%, and they don't think that they're going to recuperate because Elon Musk has been such a despicable human being. Despicable. That he has really soured the public on him. While he's thinking everything that he was doing was cute and funny. Well, a grown motherfucker who lives their lives playing video games and lying about the greatness that they have in video game playing, came out here and treated people and their jobs as if he was in some fucking video game. And he definitely lied about how well he was doing in the real video game that ignorant as 4547 gave him full reign of. He lied about it. He said he was going to save $2 trillion. And then it went down to $1 trillion. And then he said that it was going to be several $billion. And then the last little powwow that they had with all the heads of 4547's administration, he said that he saved the American people $150 billion. And even of that $150 billion, which is way off of 1 trillion or 2 trillion, they're finding that he hasn't even saved $150 billion. Even that was a lie. So you sit out here and you cut down all of the agencies that are here to protect the consumers. You go in and examine every organizations that help the poor people because you're such a fucking racist. You're such a fucking racist. But God forbid that any American money go over to feed starving children in Africa. But you are such a racist that you want these children to die in Africa. At the same time, you're purporting that birth rates are too low, so you need to shield out your sperm to any willing participant and that works for your company. You walk up to people's desks allegedly and say, "You want to have my baby?" And we know that one of the executives of Tesla is has three of his babies, three of the 14 babies that he has out here all willy-nilly. Okay, so now there is also a big push for maternity. 4547 has said that he's interested in maybe giving a incentive for people to have children. A $5,000. What the fuck $5,000 going to do? You know how much it costs to raise a child? So who $5,000 and something about minstrel something. I'll play the clip for you. I done went way far. I hope my mic is on. Thank God my mic is on. Okay, so it's a lot with this guy. It's a lot with these idiots. We have total morons running the United States of America. Total morons. And so on top of it, Musk is leaving. They want you to be happy. Well, Musk is gone, but these idiots under Doge who have no life experience other than allegedly getting high on ketamine and playing video games and we hacking into systems that they should not be in. They are leaving them in the government to be in our government systems. While Musk may be gone, Doge will still be in our American systems. These people who have not had jobs enough to even get anything or add anything to the treasury have full access to the treasury. Let that sink in for you. These same people are leaving windows open and pathways open in these computer systems, and Russia is coming right in behind with the correct passwords. People with IP addresses in Russia is coming right in our own personal government systems with password. You notice that none of the White House media has questioned that liar Caroline Levitt about the pathways into our government systems being left open by Doge. You know why? Because they have gotten rid of any credible reporters in the White House press briefing. They're trying something new. We're going to bring in alternative media. We're going to bring in alternative media into the press corps. Oh, who is so beholden to these great people? Thank you for letting me in. And 4547, he's such a great person. And they're bringing in their sycophants and pointing them out because they know there are not going to be question about Doge leaving pathways open for IP address from Russia to come in to sign on and actually have a sign on code that works. They're not going to get asked those questions from the people who are in the. And then you notice that any real reputable news organization, they outwardly say, "Oh, nobody's watching you." This idiot that you have 4547 sitting up here. Oh, let's go to the fake news. As they're pointing to a credible reporter who they know they're about to get a real question for. So they preempt the question when they're calling on the person by saying how fake their news is. And of course they're mad. Of course they would like to have murderers and killers in the United States, as you're calling on the credible media to ask you a question. You know, you would like to deem whoever you just choose by hook or by crook of being a murderer and a killer without no foundational facts to prove this. But just because you say it, you want everybody to go with you and say the same thing about people. Well, okay, I'm all over the place.
Stock market went up today because the Trump tariffs are terrible for the American economy, terrible for American consumers, terrible for American workers, and terrible for Wall Street. And Donald Trump said they're going to come down. That's all it took. That's all it took for the stock market to go up. Remember when Donald Trump was promising how quickly China would be calling him, the president of China would be desperately calling Donald Trump to make a deal? Here's what the Chinese government spokesperson said today, quote, "Claiming it wants to reach an agreement with China while constantly applying maximum pressure is not the right way to engage with China, and it simply won't work. China's position on the tariff war initiated by the United States is very clear. We do not want to fight, but we are not afraid to fight. If it's to fight, we'll fight till the end. If it's to talk, our door is wide open. We'll fight to the end." The rest of the countries of the world have absolutely no doubt which side of the Trump versus China trade war is willing to fight to the end and which side chickened out. Donald Trump, the man who never apologizes, the man who never backs down, but in fact frequently backs down, sounded like he was trying to apologize to China.
With China. Are you going to play hardball with them? Are you going to mention COVID?
Well, I'm not going to say, no, I'm not going to mention COVID. I'm not going to say, oh, I'm going to play hardball with China. I'm going to play hardball with you, President Xi. No. We're going to be very nice.
Oh, he's not going to blame them for COVID. Remember when he said he was going to blame them for COVID, like last week, make them pay for COVID in whatever his final trade deal with China would be in his trade war with China? That's what he said. He brought it up. That's why he was asked about it today. Are you going to blame them for COVID-19 when you're negotiating with them? And he said, oh, no. That was the cowardly lion roar you were hearing. That was the Trump nonsense. Now, Donald Trump is publicly begging President Xi to call him. And President Xi is not calling. The president of China is not picking up the phone. He's sending out a spokesperson to say, we'll fight to the end. No one in the Trump administration has said, we will fight to the end. Donald Trump wouldn't dare say today, we will fight to the end. His Treasury Secretary didn't dare say, we'll fight to the end. His usually clownish Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, wouldn't dare say, we'll fight to the end, because they won't, because they've already lost. Donald Trump's constant public flailing around ignorantly about tariffs in the White House these days has become a much more difficult rhetorical challenge for him than the way he idiotically talked about tariffs during the presidential campaign and lied to his voters every single time. He constantly told his campaign rallies that China would pay the Trump tariffs. He constantly told voters that not one of them would ever pay a Trump tariff, when in fact all of them and only them would pay the Trump tariffs. And China would never, and no foreign country would ever pay a tariff imposed by the United States. They never have, they never will, because that is not how tariffs work. Donald Trump never admitted that a Trump tariff, a tariff imposed by the United States, is simply an increase on the price of that product in the United States and only in the United States, and is only paid by buyers in the United States. But today, in his desperate tariff ramblings, Donald Trump finally admitted in one line, one little line, how tariffs actually work. Donald Trump said the words, and this was very little noticed today by the news media. He said the words about tariffs. He said, you add that to the price of a product. Yeah, that's what I've been saying about Donald Trump's tariffs since the first time he ever used the word tariff years ago. And today, Donald Trump finally, after years of lying every single time he talked about who pays the tariff, after years of lying about that, he finally said in a little noticed comment, which those of you who've joined me in this multi-year crusade against Trump tariffs here in this program really deserve to hear.
So when you add that to the price of a product, a lot of those products aren't going to sell.
We go. Most people, when it is their time.
Okay, so he finally admitted that the only thing that tariffs do is increase the price on the American citizens. These ignorant 45, 47 supporters out there. No, China pays the tariff. No, China pays the tariff. So he finally admitted that he was lying to you when he said he was going to put these tariffs on and collect gobs and gobs of money. Okay, so now let's look at. I want you to see why are they not pressed with hey Leonard, hey Donna Hughes, they are pushing propaganda for him. Yes, they are. And I want you to look at, I think his name is Tim Pool. Tim Pool. Are you guys familiar with Tim Pool? Let's introduce ourselves to Tim Pool. Us, and we'll discuss after. Oh, I think this is the wrong one. Hold on. Let me see. Nope. Oh, I think. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Let me get the right clip. Let me get the right clip right now. We're going to see who Tim Pool is. And I want you to listen to what she says about him. The White House liar says about Tim Pool, and how he poses his question. Let's continue.
You will. And everybody else in the room will be very jealous of you as you're enjoying your rest. All right, let's get to it. We have a individual in our new media seat today. His name is Tim Pool. He's a political commentator and a media entrepreneur with millions of followers, a very big platform. Currently hosts Timcast IRL, a daily news and discussions.
You get she gives you a whole breakdown of who this podcaster, this YouTuber is. But she talks to Caitlin Collins like she's the gum under her shoe that she stepped in, the gum that she stepped in her Dior pumps or something. Do you hear how she's giving you? Oh, he has millions of subscribers. You have people with more subscribers than him that do dog videos, that do home improvement videos. What are you saying, bitch? And why are we getting all of this when he's supposed to be asking you questions? A podcaster, a YouTuber. But let's listen to this YouTuber
show and The Culture War, a weekly podcast exploring cultural and political issues. His programs feature in-depth conversations on topics such as free speech, censorship, identity politics, and societal change, often engaging with a diverse range of guests. He's in Washington today because we are also hosting a local media row across the street in the Eisenhower building, which is a testament to our commitment to bring new voices into the White House to cover the president and this administration. So, Tim, why don't you kick us off today?
Yes. Many of the news organizations that are represented.
Okay, so why do you need new voices? If you need new voices, why are you pulling from YouTube? I'm not saying that all of YouTube don't have people who have talent that has been overlooked. Don Lemon has a YouTube show his damn self. I'm not saying that they don't have a talent that is overlooked. You got Reese Waters overlooked. They have a metric of grading some of the best political commentary on YouTube, and Reese Waters wasn't even on it, as if he doesn't do a great political commentary. Like all of these people that I bring you in my videos that you find information that you do not get from the for-profit media. All of these commentators that do strictly political commentary. So, of all of the people, why do you think they chose this clown?
Organizations that are represented in this room. Many of the news organizations that are represented in this room have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax, where an MS-13 gang member adjudicated by 2 different judges, I believe, is just simply being referred to.
Okay, so no, so he's a propaganda, a whole propaganda, a Maryland man. I will call him an M13 gang member. But you've never seen anything, and the Justice Department has not presented anything to any court to prove that he is in fact have been proven to be a gang member by any judge. The reason that the opposite has happened, the reason why he was allowed to stay in this country is because for him to go back to his country, he was being targeted by gang members. Now, so now their premise is to be targeted by gang members means that you are in a gang. Are we going to pretend as if the United States of America does not know that people who live in gang-infested areas, do they just choose to live there, or is that the only place they can afford to live? And if the gangs are so prevalent, why are you still paying police officers in many states $90,000 to over $100,000 to actually keep these gang infested areas gang infested? So there's that. So are we going to pretend like that regular children who lives in these areas are not targeted by gangs if they are in a gang or not? Are we going to pretend like, oh, well, if the gangs are targeting him, it's because he's in a rival gang, when you have proven no such fact that he's in a gang at all? But you want to just throw out the story. That's why gangs are targeting him. See, because unlike certain races, they act like they don't see it when it's happening to a race that's not their own. I'm going to say that it happens, period. But many Hispanics will not give blacks the same grace that they want to take for themselves. I'm not saying him. I'm just saying that you motherfuckers need to check yourselves. In Cuba, in Miami, 46% of voters voted for 47. Cuban voters voted for 47. And he is deporting their asses too. Now they all crying and in tears and asking how come the black people are not standing up for them and all of this shit. But they couldn't stand their ass up and vote for a black woman who had policies. You heard this motherfucker saying he was going to deport you, but you thought it wasn't you. Who the fuck you thought it was? You thought he was just racist against blacks and that was okay as long as the racism wasn't against you? And we supposed to give a fuck about you? See, we're not playing these games. We're not playing like we don't see the whole picture of what it is. And so I will say that just because somebody is targeted or harassed by a gang does not make them a gang member. Okay, I'm off topic. I want to get back to Tim Pool. He's talking dumb shit, so I had to check that dumb shit. Excuse me. Let's continue.
Referred to as a Maryland man over and over again. Now, in an effort from the White House to expand access to new companies, you've created to expand access to new companies. From the White House to expand access new judges, I believe, is just simply being referred to as a Maryland man over and over again. Now, in an effort from the White House to expand access to new companies, you've created this new media seat. So I'm wondering if you can comment on, following this expansion, you've had numerous outlets disparage the companies that you've had sit here, as well as the reporters. I'm wondering if you could comment on the unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to expand access to new companies.
Sure. Well, we certainly welcome diverse viewpoints in this room, which is one of the reasons we have you in here. And there's many new faces in this room in comparison to the previous administrations. We want to welcome all viewpoints into this room. We welcome unbiased journalists who really care about the truth and the facts and the accuracy. And you rightfully pointed out the Maryland man story, which I, from this podium, when the Atlantic published it on that very first day, I came to this podium and said, this is wrong. The press in this room have this story wrong. And we have seen more and more evidence come to the table.
No, we've seen no evidence come to the table, bitch. We ain't seen a goddamn thing come to the table. And for this, now let me tell you who Tim Pool is. The one that you heard bemoaning the real press. Tim Pool has been caught up with a couple who was contacted by a Russian dude contacted this couple, and he wanted to get Russian propaganda out. And they start reaching out to these right-wing lunatics. And Tim Pool is one of the right-wing lunatics that they reached out to. Tim Pool was being paid over $400,000 a month to do Russia propaganda, and that's what he did in advance of the election. And he's out there doing the same type of you hear how he's talking about the media that is in the room with him, and he's a whole Russian propagandist was receiving this type of money. So that's what I wanted you to know a little bit about Tim Pool. I'm pretty sure. Hey, Regina, Grand Rising. Hey, Z Sarah. The Cubans are hilarious. They were bragging about being the whitest Latinos and first mofos deported. Hear, 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 hear. Okay, so let's see a little bit more about Tim Pool. If that wasn't enough, you heard him in his own BS that he was talking. I want to show you a little bit more about the Tim Pool investigation of it all. And now he's sitting up in the White House. I guess being a lapdog sometimes, has its privileges. So let me find this next thing about the propagandists who are sitting up in the White House. I just want you to propaganda press invited to the White House is what these links are under. Is it this? Yes. Okay. Let me share this story with you. Now, this woman actually did an interview with Tim Pool after he opened up his new studio, and then he was all flush with this Russian cash allegedly, and then he came and was talking to her as if they were equals. After signing his contract, he went to look for the people and he couldn't figure out who was paying him. And then they said, give me 10 minutes. And then all of a sudden, what sprang up? A whole big old bio sprang up. But you couldn't find it on your own. But they tell you, hey, go check here after 10 or 15 minutes when they're able to put one of the fake bio up. Let's be clear about these people who 45, 47 deemed necessary to have in the White House. Okay, I'm gonna share this with you. I'm gonna speed up. I may because they do a long intro to the story, and he's a comedian. He got to crack around a little bit, but let's hear.
Just a TikTok, and they start to negotiate. Believe now what I guess Tim and Dave Rubin put out there in their really surprisingly similar tweets about this was that this document was not leaked. It was unsealed. So it wasn't like anybody was leaking it and, in an improper manner. It was unsealed by the DOJ because they're going public with these charges. And it was a grand jury that is charging two individuals. And I, for the life of me, I'm barely going to be able to pronounce their name, but Konstantinian Kalishnikov and Elena Afanasyeeva.
Well done.
Thank you. And they apparently do Russian nationals, I believe, but former RT employees apparently set up an enterprise in which Russian money was sent to them, and they posed as somebody different, and they essentially hired two principal executives, believed now to be, was it Laura Chen?
Lauren Chen, who is a now former, as of yesterday, Blaze TV employee, that's Glenn Beck's outfit, or at least contractor, a more low-level conservative personality who also was on the business side.
And her husband, I think they're both Canadian nationals. I'm not 100% sure of that, but they're not American nationals, according to this indictment. And they went on to hire some well-known conservative influencer type, political commentator types.
Anyone we ever heard of?
Well, that's the funny part. It turns out one of those people, known in the now unsealed indictment, is commentator one, and that guy is Dave Rubin. Yeah. Remember that like a couple of weeks ago, maybe it was a month or two ago, and I don't know if we did this on air, but I remember asking Matt, like, how does Dave Rubin make any money? Like, who is watching him now? Chen and her husband started to go out to commentators. Now, I want to I'll give my assessment of this in a moment, but just the TikTok. And they start to negotiate with Tim Pool and Dave Rubin, among others. Apparently, Lauren Southern.
They start to negotiate with who? Tim Pool and Dave Rubin and others. Okay. This is where the Tim Pool of it all comes in. These people who are flush with this Russian money, who are Canadians, and now that there's an indictment that has been unsealed.
Involved in this is some dude, Matt Christensen. I've never heard of him. I don't know. Did they confirm that Benny Johnson's involved in this?
It appears that initially there was confusion about who commentator one was because they were identified by subscriber accounts, and Rubin and Benny Johnson have similar subscriber counts. Eric Toller said it was Benny Johnson at first, but it seems like a preponderance of the evidence has now shown that that is actually Dave Rubin, not Benny Johnson.
Right. So February 2023, they start negotiations, at least with Rubin and Poole. Let's just stick with them because it's pretty clear, at the very least, that they have said that they were both victimized by this.
They're victims. They took a lot of money and they're victims.
They took over $400,000 a month, but they're victims. I'm a victim. And all of this propaganda that they have been spewing, all of this Russia is right to invade Ukraine propaganda. And this is who's in the White House talking about the real press like a fucking crazy ass rabid fool, spewing lie after lie after lie. It's all of this to ask a question. Let's continue.
Victims. They're victims. They start to negotiate, and they go like, "There's a lot of money you're talking about giving us. Who is in charge of this whole thing?" And so the founder duo, Chen et al. Said, "Oh, it's a guy named Eduard Gregorian." Really? Yeah, Eduard Gregorian. Oh, who's he? Oh, he's from Belgium. Oh, that is a very, very distant country. Oh, yeah, international. International.
And he has a dynamic presence in both Brussels and London.
And he's setting up this company called Tenet, and it's going to be a YouTube channel.
Do you see he's in a private plane here?
Well, now that's now hold on, because this isn't developed like right off the bat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Now they start negotiating. Ruben says, I'm not doing it for less than $5 million a year. Now, let me just say, that's a lot of money. I mean, particularly in this business. $5 million a year is a lot of money. That is not money. We do not come very close to generating that as.
Could hire a giant team of people with that, or just buy a new house.
Yeah.
And they start to negotiate, and ultimately they give Dave Rubin $400,000 a month for. You ready for this? It's not like this is some type of gift. 4 videos a month.
You're playing the game called capitalism.
That also comes with a $100,000 signing bonus, and then sometimes.
And they do not have to sign over the rights to their work to these people. Now, and these are people who are sitting out here professing to be researching things. You have to do 4 videos a month and get $100,000 per video. And you're not sure who you're doing these videos for. But they start to give you suggestions, and they start to commend you on liking certain areas of content that they want you to push. They're not asking to own any of your content. You can resell your content over and over and over again. You're just being paid to put out the content that they want you to push to your audience of sicko fans and what they call them red pill boys. Let's be clear. And now they got this motherfucker up in the off White House. They're talking too slow on this video. Let me share another person who's speaking on this. I had kept hearing Tim Pool, Ruben, Benny Johnson. That Benny Johnson, I think they kind of the right wing has let go of Benny Johnson. I think it's Benny Johnson. Don't quote me, because he has. They have found out that he is homosexual, and he's trying to adopt a child or children. So they have kind of pulled away from Benny Johnson, allegedly. Okay. I can't speed him up because he talks fast as hell. If you're not a member of the secular talk, go over there.
I have largely come to despise the space that I'm in. And when I say that, what I mean is so-called independent media, right? Or new media, however you want to refer to it. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Because a lot of the big names in this business, they are not independent by any stretch of the imagination. They are not really new by any stretch of the imagination. Really what they are fake independent media or new corporate media. And the reason I say that is because they're talking to the same corporations that the major networks talk to. They're getting the same sort of fucking brand deals that the others are. These people, a lot of the people in this business care more about the business side of it than they do about the stuff they say on air, which actually matters, right? News, information, facts, ideology. That's like secondary to like, where can I get my check? Right? And so I've come to despise this space mostly because people in this space still love to suck themselves off like they're special, while at the same time falling prey to the same malincentives that mainstream media does. And so case in point, I mean, there's a million people we could talk about here, but case in point, Tim Pool. Tim Pool, as you all know, he recently had this massive scandal, both him, Dave Rubin, there were some others as well who I'm blanking. Matt Christensen, I believe, was another one. There was a few of them. And what happened was there was this media company called Tenet Media run by Lauren Chen, who was also herself a conservative commentator. And she was taking in funds, and she basically had on her network Tim Pool and Dave Rubin and all these other people. And come to find out, the feds had to get involved because Lauren Chen was basically taking massive amounts of money from the Russian government. Now, according to the indictment and according to many of the people involved, both Tim Pool and Dave Rubin didn't really know that the money was coming from Russia. But Tim's dodge was like, look, I just thought there was some shadowy billionaire that was funding Tenet Media, which is quite a dodge because to me that is just as bad. I thought some nameless, faceless billionaire was giving me hundreds of thousands of dollars to spew my propaganda, which is good for billionaires. Oh, well, aren't you so fucking exonerated, bitch? Like, what the fuck? What a dodge that is. Now, I believe it was Dave Rubin who wanted more evidence. And they sent this, like, fake portfolio with, like, Edward Gregorian was the name or something. And it was so fake. And it just showed, like, here's this billionaire. And it got into, like, everything was vague. And I guess Rubin was like, that's good enough. Actually, he had one issue. The issue was something on the resume said something about social justice. And he was like, disgusting. I'm against that. Right? But anyway, so in my mind, just the facts on the case as they are, even if you take the most kind interpretation to the Tim Pools and the Dave Rubins, these people are barbecue chicken. Like, nobody in their audience should ever trust them ever again. There are ways to do this and keep it relatively pure. The way to do it and keep it relatively pure is what? Small dollar donations from the audience. We have a Patreon. We have a Substack for Crystal Kyle and friends. Small dollar donations. People give $2 a month, $5 a month, $7 a month, whatever it is. That's what keeps the show going. Outside of that, I just have the default ads on YouTube, which I have nothing to do with. There's a giant buffer between me and the ad team. I'm fine with that ethically as well. Right? That's all. Anytime you start talking to advertisers, you start talking to big money interests, things get fucking squirrely, dog. Because then you have all these bad incentives and you end up in the same place mainstream media is in. Okay. Now, having said all that, Tim Pool has been nothing but rewarded for being a fake independent media hack, a new corporate media hack. Why? Because in the age of Trump, they just want people who are going to suck them off. Right? That's why you have Newsmax, One America News Network. You have all these freaks and weirdos and losers who go in there, Mr. Trump, how is your golf game so good, sir? You won the tournament, I heard. That's amazing. Did you have fun, sir? How are you so good at keeping the gangsters and thugs and criminals out of the country, sir? Like, we've seen it. We've covered all this. Sometimes it was so humiliating. Even Trump seemed to feel like a little too much. You're pouring it on too heavy. But so Tim Pool comes to the White House. You ready for this? He gets the first question to the White House press secretary. This is what I mean. This gives a bad name to all of what people view as new media or independent media. Again, he's not that, but that's how people broadly categorize him. This gives a bad name to all independent media, new media. It is now official. So-called independent media may be worse than mainstream media. Look at the sycophantic, ball-coddling ass question he asked. Ready?
Many of the news organizations that are represented in this room have Martin.
Homie was just ripping Zelensky a new asshole for not wearing a suit to the White House. Now look at him. This day was 80 degrees in D.C. He still had on his fucking beanie. He was in Mar-a-Lago wearing his beanie. But I don't see a fucking suit. Do I care? I don't care. But the point is, he cared when he was using it to bash Zelensky. But now all of a sudden, okay, anyway, let's keep going. We're just getting started here.
In this room have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax, where an MS-13 gang member adjudicated by two different judges, I believe.
That is completely and utterly false. That is a lie. That is malicious. That is untrue. Anybody who's done a deep dive on this knows that is untrue. The administration is lying and Tim Pool is lying when they keep saying Kilmar Abrigo Garcia is an MS-13 gang member.
Simply being referred to as a Maryland Man over and over again.
Because he is that.
Now, in an effort from the White House to expand access to new companies, you've created this new media seat. So I'm wondering if you can comment on following this expansion, you've had numerous outlets disparage the companies that you've had sit here, as well as the reporters. I'm wondering if you could comment on the unprofessional behavior, as well as...
fucking wrap it up, homie. Holy shit. I know you love to hear yourself talk, but god fucking damn it. This is not about you. These questions are supposed to be, get pithy with it. Come on, motherfucker. Jesus Christ. This is embarrassing.
You can comment on the unprofessional behavior as well as elaborate if there's any plans to expand access to new companies.
Sure.
So do you understand what that question was? You understand what that question was? A lot of these media outlets in here criticized you, and they've been really mean to you. Can you comment on their despicable behavior and pat me on the head and tell me I'm a good little boy for coddling your nutsack? How fucking gross are these? Jesus Christ. God, they're such rank propagandists, while at the same time glorifying themselves and filleting themselves and acting like, we're the new media, bro. We're like above the fray. We just keep it real with people, bro. By the way, yet again, here's another example. You know, the question was so utterly embarrassing when even fascist Barbie here, listen to her response. Ready?
If there's any plans to expand access to new companies.
Sure. Well, we certainly welcome diverse viewpoints in this room.
Even she's like, hey, dog, ease a little bit with the hot stone massage. You're supposed to pretend to be objective. You're supposed to pretend to actually care about the truth. Can you tell me how bad these other media outlets are and how good I am as a good little lapdog for the regime, please? Well, we welcome a bunch of diverse viewpoints in the room. She's like, hey, this is supposed to be subtle, homie. Propaganda is supposed to be subtle. Oh my God, that's so embarrassing. I'm not done yet, though. I am not done yet, though. So this happened a few weeks back. You ready for this? If this wasn't humiliating enough, which to me, it's like, Jesus Christ. Could you imagine me showing up to a press conference in a Bernie Sanders presidency and being like, sir, you look so vibrant and so young and so amazing. And I must say I'm in awe of your vitality. Like this is the functional equivalent of that, right? Okay, here we go. So a few weeks back, this is from Jewish Insider, but this was reported at a number of different places. Tim Pool it was April 8th. Tim Pool went to the White House to meet with Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, you would think a smarter person would go, why does this guy want to meet with me? And is this really a good look for me to do this? Not Tim. Oh, not Tim. Here we go. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tried to push back against anti-Israel trends in the right-wing media world by holding a briefing on Monday in the Blair House for podcasters and other media figures. Sources in the meeting told Jewish Insider on Tuesday. Among those in attendance were podcasters including Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, and former White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer. Writers Bethany Mandel and David J. Harris Jr., influencer Jessica Krause, commentary senior editor Seth Mandel, and Federalist editor-in-chief Molly Hemingway. In addition to Netanyahu, his diplomatic advisor, Ofer Falk, an Israeli ambassador to the U.S., Yechel later, were present on the Israeli side. Pool expressed concerns about increased anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism in the pro-Trump podcasting space. Oh, interesting. He has an issue with anti-Zionism. Anti-Zionism. Now, does the far-right media space have a problem with anti-Semitism? Absolutely. I mean, Nick Fuentes is like a superstar, so I think that's fair. But anti-Zionism is a problem at a time when the Zionists are engaged in an exterminationist project where they're doing a genocide and an ethnic cleansing right in front of our eyes, streamed in 4K. Anti-Zionism is a problem? Oh, my God. So Tim Pool was concerned about anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism in the pro-Trump podcasting space, according to sources in the room. Pool famously had Kanye West on his podcast, and the rapper walked out mid-interview after Pool pushed back against anti-Semitic comments. Responding to Pool, Netanyahu said, that is the reason he is invited. That's the reason he invited the group to meet with him. So, in other words, yeah, we saw that you stood up to Kanye's anti-Semitism. That's why you're here. I have another theory. Maybe, just maybe, it has something to do with the fact that Tim Pool was involved in the scandal where Tenet Media was a front company for Russian government money, and he was taking that money, and he was saying things like, Ukraine is our enemy. Maybe it was that. Maybe it was he sees an opportunity. Oh, this guy was a paid hack in another context. He could be a paid hack for me. And Tim Pool did this response to this too, where he goes out there and he's like, bro, the rules of it were supposed to be that like nobody even says who was in the meeting, or you can't attribute specific quotes to specific people. You are meeting with world leaders, one of them in the midst of committing a genocide, and you're like, hey, bro, I'll be a good little boy. Everything's off the record, and I won't attribute any particular quotes to you. There is no Steelman argument to say that you are not a propagandist. Like, there's no fucking way around it. There's no way around it. Poole asked if there was a Qatari op to manipulate social media algorithms to make anti-Semitic and anti-Israel episodes appear to receive an outsized number of views in order to incentivize podcasters and YouTubers to produce more anti-Semitic content. I don't know, Tim. I certainly think there's a problem online with a massive amount of Israel money funding pro-Israel views, but you're more concerned about Qatari money? Qatari money. Oh my God, holy fucking shit. We live in fucking bizarro world. We live in backwards world. The president that you support, Tim Pool, took $100 million from Miriam Adelson and now is letting her dictate Israeli policy in the same way that in the first term he took hundreds of millions from Sheldon Adelson and let him dictate our foreign policy vis-a-vis Israel. This is why Trump said, I'm going to let Israel steal the Golan Heights and say it's theirs. Because Sheldon Adelson gave him money and he said, that's what you get for it. I'll move the embassy to Jerusalem. I'll do the Abraham Accords, which was nothing but a massive fuck you to the Palestinians, saying nobody's ever going to save you and you're going to be occupied forever. That was the point of the Abraham Accords. That helped lead to October 7th. Now Trump giving them more money, giving them more weapons. Why? Because he's swimming in Israel lobby cash. Tim Pool's concern is not, hey man, all this pro-Israel money is making it so that the U.S. government super serves Israel, arms their genocide, funds their genocide, supports them every step of the way, provides cover for them at the United Nations. His concern is not that. His concern is Qatar. Oh, my God. So,
and this is who is invited to the White House. I just wanted to, I like him as well. Secular Talk. The link is in the chat. I just wanted to share that with you guys. You should definitely go over there and visit him. He is in my description box. Did I do this? No. So go over there and check this out. So let's see 45, 47 take back these tariffs. I think this is the one. Yes, I think this is the one.
You and people in labs are studying this idea of possibly before the term ends. Do you have any plans on doing it?
None whatsoever. Never did.
Donald Trump seemed visibly cowed and diminished when he spoke to reporters earlier today, as everything seems to be backfiring on him.
So if you're not subscribed to this channel as well, it's in the description box. A great channel as well.
Spectacularly. And we have to talk about it. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the
it's Pondering Politics. Let's go for it. Okay.
on Donald Trump, even the Epstein files. We haven't talked about that in a minute. So I'm going to play these clips and unpack it together, but note how Donald Trump seems off guard and unsure of himself in all of these responses.
Okay, and the thing about the excuse me. The thing about the Epstein files is we all know that 45, 47 had spent called Epstein a friend, had an awareness that Epstein liked them young, because that's what 45 and 47 is on video saying, that Epstein, he likes them young. People didn't realize, I guess people thought that he was talking about in their 20s or something. They didn't realize that it could have been meant that he likes them younger than legal. But there's that. And now 45, 47 says that he's going to release all the Epstein's file, and he releases stuff that has already been released. And on top of it being already old released stuff, he had the FBI. They had the FBI come down and redact a lot of information that was in the Epstein files. This is what he's using the FBI to do. Redact information on something that has already been released to the public in its totality, unredacted form. Okay, so this is what the intelligence of the 4547 is doing with our government, but they are looking for waste, fraud, and abuse. What? Okay, so let's continue on this story, though.
They have to, and other countries have to make a deal. And if they don't make a deal, we'll set the deal, because we're the ones that set the deal. Scott and Howard and myself and others, we're going to be setting the deal, and it'll be a fair deal for everybody, and it'll be.
If they don't come to the table, you're going to set the deal. He's talking about China, and it's going to be a fair deal. Well, I thought that it was going to be a harsh deal. I thought there were going to be harsh tariffs if he did not come to the table. Now you're talking about you, Howard, and the Pansy Point Pans guy are going to make a nice deal. They must come to the table, but if they don't, you're going to make them a nice deal. That doesn't even make sense. If you feel like they have been cheating you, this is the story that you put out, that they have been cheating the Americans, and they are going to have to come to the table and make a deal. But if they don't, you're going to make them a nice deal after imposing a 145% tax on them, taking it up to 245%, and they are totally ignoring you, and you see all the business trade agreements that they are fostering with other nations to totally leave the United States high and dry. Now, if they don't accept this nice gesture that you're about to give them, and they still keep the tariffs up on you, what are you going to do? Because you started this unnecessarily. Let's continue.
I think it's a process that's going to go pretty quickly. We've spoken to many, many countries, and we're getting their views on things. You know, there are a lot of things. They have VAT taxes. They have everything you can have. Don't forget, as an example, the European Union was set up to take advantage of the United States. That's why it was set. And they've done that, but they're not doing that anymore. Yeah.
Introducing the all-wheel drive S from Pedal Electric. Today, I'm going to show you what.
So again, meandering, incoherent, just stumbling from one. We're going to set the deal. I think we've talked to a lot of people. We're getting their views, but we don't care about their views because we're also America, and we're going to set the deal, but we're not going to set the deal because we're taking views, right? Pretty meek and cowed and diminished compared to his usual bluster. And even when he does try to bluster in that sentence, it really doesn't come off persuasive. And he's referring to China, right, in terms of setting a deal with them. And this is what I mean by backfiring. So the New York Times and others are reporting, China warns countries not to team up with the United States against it on trade. Curbing trade with China to curry favor with the United States would be, quote, selfish and short-sighted, the government said, promising to retaliate. The Chinese government on Monday warned other countries against curbing trade with China in order to win a reprieve from American tariffs, promising to retaliate against countries that do so. The Chinese Ministry of Commerce said it was responding to foreign media reports that Trump's administration was trying to pressure other countries on their trade with China as a negotiation tactic. Quote, appeasement will not bring peace and compromise will not earn respect, the ministry said in a statement. Seeking so-called exemptions by harming the interests of others for one's own selfish and short-sighted gains is like negotiating with a tiger for its skin. In the end, it will only lead to a lose-lose situation. China, quote, firmly opposes any party reaching a deal at the expense of China's interests. It said, adding that China would resolutely take countermeasures. The Trump administration has not officially said it would pressure countries to limit trade with China in return to relief from tariffs, but Trump has signaled that he is open to the idea. So again, this seems to be backfiring. Okay, the China's like, hey, listen, if you do this, there are going to be consequences. I'll also, before we play additional clips from Trump, also note this clip from Fox News in which he suggested that the Trump administration is desperate. They are scrambling to try to make deals after all this bluster.
Participation. What is interesting is that I heard that VP Vance, now we know he's in India right now.
Right.
He's become, and this is how they described it to me, people close to Vance, a major executor in the trade negotiations. I don't know what that exactly means. Does it mean does he have a gun in his hand? I doubt it, but apparently he's going to be he's part and parcel of these things with Scott Bessent, with Howard Lutnick to make this work. And they are scrambling to do deals, participation.
Scrambling. That doesn't sound very confident. That doesn't sound assuring. It sounds
doesn't sound like they're in control at all. It sounds like they realize they messed up and they need something to come out here and wave in front of our faces as our prices have gone up for absolutely no reason.
like you all are desperate and there's chaos. Now, on top of all that, there's a situation with China. Well, let's look at this, okay? As we've been discussing, the stock market has been roiling in large part because of Trump's tariff policy and the inconsistency that goes with it. But also recently, it's been roiling because of Trump's threats against the Federal Reserve Chairman, Jerome Powell, whom Trump appointed to that position, okay? Trump has repeatedly attacked Powell, repeatedly threatened to fire him or to look into firing him. And as a consequence, the stock market has cratered. Now, listen to Donald Trump on the notion of firing Jerome Powell. Listen to what he says now.
Late's not good.
Mr. President,
I don't want to talk about that because I have no intention of firing.
Yeah, but he was talking about his intent on fire him, and if I wanted to get rid of him, he's too slow, and that guy needs to get out of here. But now, all of a sudden, you become sweetly reasonable because God forbid the shelves be empty in 2 weeks, such as the owners of Walmart, Target, and Home Depot set your ass down and told you about how your tariffs are going to affect the United States allegedly in 2 weeks. But now you were demanding that Jerome Powell do something to help you not look like a bumbling fool so badly by reducing the interest rates. That wasn't going to help you. And that's not his job to help you continue to squander this country's economy, you idiot. And at what point are our elected officials going to enact the 25th Amendment or something to get this bumbling idiot out of office? Now, I want to say something to Leonard. Leonard, I'm going to have to read over this stuff that you're giving me. I'm not familiar with the person who's doing this podcast, so I'm gonna have to check this out. It sounds actually sounds feasible. It sounds possible with all the crazy stuff that we have seen go on in our government. But I'm just gonna have to check it out and see if I can source it from someone that I'm more familiar with, or I'm going to have to watch more of his work to see what he's talking about. Okay. Yeah, that is a lot, and I wouldn't put any of these things over. I'm definitely going to check it out today, so I can talk about it tomorrow. Thank you, Leonard. So, Leonard dropped the link in the chat. If you guys want to go over there and visit it, go over there and check it out. A lot of interesting things in there. I just want to source it and make sure I'm not being a Tim Pool. A Tim Fool. Okay, so now, is there something else? I think is there? I think it may be a little.
Mr. President, there are reports that you're considering doing something for moms across the country, giving them some type of bonus whenever they have a child. Are you considering that? Or are you
Sounds like a good idea to me. Yeah, please.
It sounds like a good idea to me, and that's going to be his next policy.
Right. You have no intention of firing Jerome Powell because your economic advisor Kevin Hassett a few days ago said that you and people in the White House were studying this idea of possibly before his term ends.
No.
Do you have any plans on doing it?
None whatsoever. Never did.
Never whatsoever, even though you did. He just quoted you in wanting to get rid of him. Well, never did. Never did. Why? Why you never did now? Why you never did now? After we heard you say that you wanted to get rid of him and you can get him out of his office, because the day that you said it, the stock market had dropped 500 points. And the day after you said it, the stock market dropped 1,000 points. That's why now you acting like you never wanted to get rid of him. It ain't about nothing you say. It's about covering your ass because you're a dumbass. Let's continue.
The press runs away with things. No, I have no intention of firing him.
The press ran away with things.
I would.
When I started doing this,
Hold on, let me get past this commercial. Oh shit. Hold on. The press runs away with things.
And we're getting them out, and I hope we get cooperation from the courts, because we have thousands of people that are ready to go.
We're talking about the people.
The reason he's saying that, number one, he probably knows it's unlawful for him to try to fire Jerome Powell, right? Although I suppose it's never stopped Donald Trump before to, the law. He doesn't like to let that get in the way of his grand designs. But even the I don't know where people got that from. Where are people thinking that, I want to fire Jerome Powell? Well, how about you mentioning it? How about you publicly attacking him repeatedly? As Aaron Blake of the Washington Post has noted, I was trying to scroll and find this while I was talking. The White House was asked Friday if it thought it could fire Powell. Quote, the president and his team will continue to study that matter. So, yes, the reporting was that Donald Trump did believe he had the full right to fire Jerome Powell, and that he was seriously considering doing it, talking about how his termination couldn't come sooner enough. But then the markets reacted. They were upset at the notion of Trump firing Powell, and now he's cowed. He's intimidated. He is deflated, backing down. No, of course not. Never had any intention. I'd really like him pretty pleased if he would cut interest rates because that would help me out, at least in the short term. Please help me out, Mr. Powell. You don't mind?
No more of that. No more of that. Jerome Powell. He's always late. He's always late to everything. Oh yeah, he attacked him and was threatening to fire him, and said he was looking in ways to fire him. But now, after that remark made, the stock market drop 1,000 more points when it was down 500 points the day that he said that. Now all of a sudden, no, I never thought about that. No. I never thought about firing him. So that's that on that. The link is in my description box. Go check out the link for this information. Now, let's talk about the FDA and what the FDA is doing or is not doing with our food. They have the FDA is under Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Health and Human Services. And I told you that the FDA was actually founded because over 8,000 babies died from drinking milk that had been tampered with because it was spoiled, because there were no food safety standards, and they were selling milk from bad cows. I think the cows had tuberculosis, if I'm not mistaken, and the milk was actually blue. They were actually washing off the meat from these cows. They were sending these cows through that they knew were sick, distracting the inspectors to get these cows, sick cows through to slaughter. They would I think it was borax that they would clean the meat off in so it wouldn't look diseased, and they would cut it up, and rats and fingers and all types of things were ground up in the food that they were putting out. Just horrid type of food situation. And that is why some guy named Wiley, he did a expose on it, and he wrote a book about it. Look up the Wiley Act. I think it was in 1906 that they came in and created a federal agency which went on to be known as the FDA. So check that out, the Wiley Act. Uh, it would blow your mind, the things that they were doing and allowing to be in the food. Our food is straight poison, no cap. They are now. China owns the largest pork company in the United States. Who is it? Smith. I think it's Smith Brothers or Smith something. The largest pork company, and understand that they put things in our pork in the United States that is illegal in China. Hold on a second. And that's why I was talking about farmers the other day. I don't know if a lot of you guys, pure Food and Drug Act was a landmark piece of legislation that established uh, the foundational principles of the FDA regulations in the United States. It led to the creation of the FDA. Yeah, look up uh, the Wiley Act. Let me look up the Wiley Act. It was a book. Let me see if I can find it on YouTube. I'll share it with you guys. The Wiley Act, father of the Pure Food and Drug Act. Is this? Well, let me see. I think let's share this. Okay, I think this. Let me share this one with you guys. I don't think that's the one that I want to share. Uh, Let me see. Yeah, let me send this one. Oh no, no, oh, no. Um, I don't want to share him. I think the name of the book was called The Poisoning Squad. Yes, yes, The Poisoning Squad. Okay, let me look that up. That's what it is. It was after this book came out. Uh, okay, let me see if yes. This let me share this short with you guys, and you guys can go examine this. You will be shocked. You will be actually shocked. And now it appears like much with affirmative action, the Civil Rights Act, and everything. Your food and your food is going to. It's called the book is called The Jungle. Okay, The Jungle. That's what the book is called. After this book came out, it enlightened a lot of people about what actually was going on in the food. Okay, here we go.
On the morning of February 10th, 1906, as Wiley was busily preparing for the coming battle in Congress, the American public awoke to the shocking headlines about a scandal within the meatpacking industry. Newspapers were filled with stomach-churning details of the filthy conditions of Chicago's largest beef companies, as described in a damning new book called The Jungle by novelist Upton Sinclair. Sinclair had spent nearly 2 months working undercover, documenting the inhuman labor practices and unsanitary conditions on factory floors. Stories of rat infestations, widespread contaminated and diseased carcasses, and even of human appendages finding their way into processed meat and onto grocery store shelves.
The Jungle was not written as an argument for safe food legislation. It was written as an argument on behalf of workers' rights, but it had unintended consequences. There were a number of scenes in the novel about rats, getting into the meat and being turned into sausage, about how filthy the conditions were. And Americans were eating a lot of meat.
There were stories of people distracting the inspector who was there to check for tuberculosis in cows, so that cows that they knew were tubercular could just be passed through and end up in the cooling cars.
The book describes mold-covered meat that's washed off in a bath of borax and then goes back into the food supply. The walls are scummy with rotting meat that is dried and blood spattered and germs are growing everywhere.
You have the fresh cuts of meat on down to like the pieces of meat on down to the scraps of the pieces of the spoiled meat. And they're all going into different products and being canned and sold to different populations who are completely ignorant of what is or isn't going into their food.
It was a portrait of an industry run amok, an extremely worrying depiction of America's food supply that transfixed the country. I aimed for the public's heart, Sinclair recalled, and by accident, I hit it in the stomach.
Okay, so let me share this with you as well about the milk. Here we go. And it seems like our president it seems like our present administration want us to go back to this, and Robert F. Kennedy seems to know nothing about what's going on in his administration, from the firings, from what scientific research that will no longer be done. He has to check on, because let's be clear, Elon Musk and Doge allegedly were the people who fired 20,000 people in the HHS, the administration that Robert F. Kennedy has been approved by Congress to be over. We showed you a lot of his testimony here in his confirmation hearing, yet he was still confirmed. So let's look at this. The history, the scandal that killed thousands.
In the 1850s, a sinister mystery unfolded in New York City. Thousands of infants were dying, and no one knew why. Today, we'll dive into the infamous swill milk epidemic and its impact on our modern world. New York, a bustling hub in the 1850s, was facing a crisis. Tragically, an unknown source was poisoning infants, causing nearly 8,000 deaths per year. The cause remained a mystery, as medical diagnostics was not a common practice at that time. As the city expanded rapidly, it faced a severe supply chain issue. Fresh produce and dairy couldn't reach the city fast enough to meet the demand, leading to exorbitantly priced milk. But this was New York, a city of entrepreneurs, and a solution was bound to emerge. In a bid to solve the problem, dairy cows were brought into the city, kept in cramped quarters and fed leftover mash from whiskey factories. The resulting milk was low quality, and the cows often fell ill, but the operation was profitable. In the 1850s, there were no Food and Drug Safety regulations. The milk, despite its sickly blue tinge, was sold as it was the most affordable option. To make it palatable, vendors mixed in additives like eggs, flour, chalk, and plaster of Paris. The lower and middle-class families, struggling to make ends meet, bought this milk to feed their children. The need to return to work or social responsibilities meant weaning babies off breast milk early was a necessity. The families had limited options. The demand for affordable milk was so high that between 50% and 80% of milk bought in northeastern cities was swill milk. Fresh milk was available, but at sky-high prices. Robert Hartley, a reformer, highlighted the problem with swill milk in the 1840s. However, his pleas were ignored, partially due to his political affiliations and the lack of solid proof. Without any concrete evidence and public health systems to trace the problem, distilleries used their influence to deflect the focus from their swill milk production. Newspaper owner Frank Leslie took up the cause against the swill milk producers. Leslie was not without controversy. He launched a campaign, publishing detailed maps and highlighting the poor conditions of the farms. He used sensational imagery and offensive caricatures of Irish dairy workers to fuel outrage. Despite the backlash, Leslie succeeded in bringing attention to the swill milk problem. The city erupted in anger when the news broke. Amidst demands for an investigation, the city council sent a group of aldermen to inspect the premises. But with prior warnings, the distilleries managed to clean up their act before the inspectors arrived. Despite inspections and inconclusive chemical tests, swill milk remained on the market. The only suggestion was to make the cow pens more ventilated, a decision that Leslie vehemently criticized. In 1862, New York issued milk regulations addressing the swill milk problem. However, it wasn't until the Pure Food and Drug Act in 1906 and the advent of refrigerated train cars that significant improvements were made. The swill milk scandal serves as a stark reminder of the power of vested interests and the importance of a robust public health system to prevent such tragedies. While food safety has improved significantly since the Pure Food and Drug Act, the need for transparency in food production remains crucial. The fight for safe, transparent milk production continues, thanks to the tireless efforts of muckrakers like Leslie. If you liked this video, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel and learn more about how we enhance history.
I wanted
And we
to
raise the bar, and we go back to the great Anne
sure
Applebaum.
to share that with you guys. Not this one. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay. 1 second. So I just wanted to share that with you guys. Hold on. And there is something. Now, who's over the Food and Drug Administration who is making these cuts that about an agency that they should be well aware of? Who's making these cuts? Let's review who's over Health and Human Services. Let's start from the very, very beginning. Yes. How the F did we get here? Let's see how we got here.
Advocacy to public responsibility. Americans are going to need to hear a clear and trustworthy recantation of what you have said on vaccinations, including a promise from you never to say vaccines aren't medically safe, when they in fact are. Frankly, you frighten people.
Hi again, everybody. It's 5 o'clock in New York. Quite a display on Capitol Hill today as Donald Trump's choice to be the top health official in the United States of America. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. appeared in the first of his 2 Senate confirmation hearings to lead the Department of Health and Human Services. Kennedy has stoked dangerous conspiracy theories on a range of health issues over decades, including spreading lies and skepticism about vaccines, especially the COVID vaccine. He has linked school shootings to antidepressants. He wants to take fluoride out of our water supply, and he wants to remove restrictions on raw milk. On the eve of his hearings, his cousin Caroline Kennedy sent a scathing letter to the United States Senate saying her cousin is unqualified to serve as HHS secretary, even calling him a, quote, predator. Today, RFK Jr. backtracked on his controversial past statements, his appearance essentially amounting to trying to pull a fast one on Congress. He started off denying his anti-vax positions, saying he is, quote, pro-safety and for good science. He confused the government health programs, Medicare and Medicaid, and he flip-flopped on his previously stated comments on women's reproductive health, at one point throwing the future of the abortion pill, mifepristone, into question. Watch.
President Trump has made it clear to me that one of the things he is not taking a position yet on mifepristone, a detailed position, but he's made it clear to me that he wants me to look at the safety issues, and I'll ask NIH and FDA to do that.
Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan of New Hampshire dug in on some of Kennedy's flip-flops.
Have clearly stated in the past that bodily autonomy is one of your core values. The question is, do you stand for that value or not? When was it that you decided to sell out the values you've had your whole life in order to be given power by President Trump?
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy, that we can't be a moral authority in this country.
Right. So, but that isn't what you said back in New Hampshire in 2023. My question is exactly when did you decide to sell out your life's work and values to get this position?
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy.
So what you're telling us, just to be clear, because my time is limited, is that regardless of what you believe, regardless of what values you have, if President Trump tells you to do something, you're going to do it.
I think the date is sometime around when Kamala Harris didn't take his call. Now, when it comes to the role of our country's HHS secretary, that person oversees 13 different agencies, and they impact every single American. These conspiracies and about faces have real life and death consequences. Here's a remarkable exchange where Senator Michael Bennet had a lightning round of questions for this nominee.
Did you say that COVID-19 was a genetically engineered bioweapon that targets black and white people, but spared Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people?
I didn't say it was deliberately targeted. I just quoted an NIH-funded and NIH published study.
Did you say that it targets black and white people, but spared Ashkenazi Jews?
I quoted a study, Your Honor. I quoted an NIH study that showed that.
I'll take that as
certain
yes.
races
I have to move on, I have to move on. Did you say that Lyme disease is highly likely a materially engineered bioweapon? I made sure I put in the highly likely. Did you say Lyme disease is a highly likely militarily engineered bioweapon?
I probably did say that.
Did you say that?
And that's what the developer of
I
Lyme
want all
disease
of our
said.
colleagues to hear it, Mr. Kennedy. I want them to hear it. You said yes. Did you say that exposure to pesticides causes children to become transgender?
No, I never said that.
Okay, I have the record that I'll give to the chairman, and he can make his judgment about what you said. Did you write in your book, and it's undeniable, that African AIDS is an entirely different disease from Western AIDS? Yes or no, Mr. Kennedy?
I'm not sure if I made that.
Okay, I'll give it to the chairman, Mr. Kennedy. And my final question, did you say on a podcast, and I quote, "I wouldn't leave abortion to the states. My belief is we should leave it to the woman." we shouldn't have the government involved, even if it's full term. Did you say that, Mr. Kennedy?
Senator, I believe that every abortion is a tragedy.
Did you say it, Mr. Kennedy?
And he's not asking you about abortion. He's asking you, are you serious? He's asking you, well, he is asking you about abortion. He won't even admit what he said about abortion. He won't even admit his own beliefs to get this job. But he will believe that you heard Nicole Wallace said that he want to stop testing raw milk, and now they have stopped it. So this is the person who was confirmed. He was confirmed. Let me finish. Let me let him finish getting his ass whooped by Bennett.
This matters. It doesn't matter what you come here and say that isn't true, that's not reflective of what you really believe, that you haven't said over decade after decade after decade, because unlike other jobs we're confirming around this place, this is a job where it is life and death for the kids that I used to work for in the Denver public schools and for families all over this country that are suffering from living in the richest country of the world that can't deliver basic health care and basic mental health care to them. It's too important for the games that you're playing, Mr. Kennedy.
In just the last 7 days, 8,368.
So this link is in my description box. It is under Meet JFK. So now I want to share another clip with you guys. These women, I have grown to really, really like these women. On this channel. Let me get the name of this channel. I've had it. They are from Alabama. And
the current administration.
If you have never seen these Alabama women, I have really enjoyed them. Oh my goodness, they are so good. I've had it. Is the name of the channel. It is under in my description box under I have 5 links about this JFK and being over the Health and Human Services. But let's watch.
In the United States of America is literally comprised of sex offenders, abusers, and then almost all of them are complete outliers, just like these guys that you see in the Facebook.
Hold on. I want to be sure you guys know who exactly she's talking about, who are mostly say. Now, I never got around to the Tate brothers. Do you know why? Now, all of these undocumented immigrants, they want you to, these are apists and they are this and they are that, but he talked to, what was it? Belarus? No, it wasn't Belarus. Where were the Tate brothers? They were held up in not Hungary. Where were they? And wherever they were held up, I forget. Where were the Tate brothers when they were up on those charges? It wasn't the Philippines. Oh my God, I can't believe. Anyway, so he 47 was actually allegedly instrumental in getting them to be able to fly while they were on a ankle monitor, while they were being accused of trafficking women and SAing women. Oh my God. And so 47 was allegedly the catalyst for him to be able to jump on a private jet and fly back to the United States, with the understanding that I have is that 47 son Barron is friends with the Tate brothers. I don't know how. This is reporting that I've heard. So take it for what it's worth. That is the connection between 47, and he allowed the alleged SAing and human trafficking Tate brothers to come back. But what do they tell you about the Maryland father? They tell you that, oh, and he was trafficking people. But wasn't the Tate brothers as well? Oh, but the Tate brothers are also 45, 47, what they call it, red pill boys, and they're sycophants for 45, 47. And they're friend with your son. You should be concerned. Okay, let's go.
Okay, the current administration in the United States of America is literally comprised of sex offenders, abusers, and then almost all of them are complete outliers, just like these guys that you see in the Facebook comment section that come up with some bullshit theory and then they think it's a great theory and all these other misfits pile on. We literally have an administration that is commensurate with the Facebook comment section. Listen to RFK Jr. here. This was on video. He says this, he believes this. Speak about autism.
This is an individual tragedy as well. Autism destroys families. More importantly, it destroys our greatest resource, which are our children. These are children who should not be suffering like this. These are kids who, many of them were fully functional and regressed because of some environmental exposure into autism when they're 2 years old. And these are kids who will never pay taxes. They'll never hold a job. They'll never play baseball. They'll never write a poem. They'll never go out on a date. Many of
I said, let me check my mic. I hope my mic is on. I've been talking all this time. This is who's over the Health and Human Services. I have a cousin who has autism, who has his own business, lives in his own home, pays taxes. There are varying degrees of autism. Thank you, Kimmy, for dropping in. There are various degrees of autism. So let's keep it above. This man knows absolutely nothing of which he speaks. This man should not be in this department at all. This man who, by his own admission, was on heroin for 14 years. Did he even see how he's closer? His brain is closer to being worse or more impaired or more affected or whatever it is than a child with autism? His voice seems like his dealer must have fucking put a pipe or stomped him in his throat. So are we take he's gonna have a cure for autism by June or July or something, or September or something. Who where is he getting this cure? This is the same man who said the best doctors that he know who are fighting the measles are two doctors, one doctor who doesn't believe in vaccine, and one doctor who actively had the measles while treating measles patients in a population of people who had not taken the measles shots, which leads me to think that he was in a population of migrants who had come across the border from nations that don't require them to have the measles shot. So then all of a sudden, one person get measles in this migrant community, and therefore there's a whole measles outbreak in the state of Texas, which was not taken seriously by this anti-vaxxer and this man who says vitamin A will cure measles, and they had children coming into hospitals with liver failure because these people who did not know they could simply get a measles shot. No, they're listening to him saying vitamin A, so they're overdosing their children on vitamin A to the degree that their livers are failing. And this is the same person who's over the FDA who said now, it was stated in that last video that he didn't want the milk to go to be tested. But the reason why they're saying that the milk is not being tested now, when they actually announced to you that the milk is not being tested, they're saying it's because they don't have the staff to test the milk. So because they laid off, fired, or got rid of 20,000 employees. So why would you get rid of 20,000 employees, including the ones who test something that actually was the reason for the FDA being enacted, was the milk? Now you fire everybody, including the people that was the reason that the FDA was created, because the milk wasn't being tested. Make it make sense. They asked him about some other research agencies that have been, I think it was childhood diabetes. He didn't know anything about it. Oh, I'm going to have to track into that. Well, you should have. It seems like people who are firing people are checking into that before they fire people, which makes this indicative of being Doge going through the HHS and firing people. We know that they do no due diligence, and how they are over anything that has anything to do with waste, fraud, and abuse is mind-blowing. When they are the biggest waste, fraud, and abuse of everything in this 45-47 administration. So let's be clear who made these firings. Let's call a thing a thing. And at what point are our other elected officials going to get off their ass? Because this is the food you motherfuckers got to eat as well. Y'all don't get no special food. It's bad enough all the shit that has been allowed to be in our food in the first place. We got a bunch of idiots running our government. And it's pathetic. Okay. Let me continue with this bullshit.
Many of them will never use a toilet unassisted. And we have to recognize.
Okay.
To go. Most people, when it is their time,
and he's ever been around is Elon Musk. That's what I was going to say. Okay, this is so around is Elon Musk. Okay. Clearly, the only autistic person he's ever been around is Elon Musk.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay, this is so offensive. I know many people that are on the spectrum and they live full, fruitful lives. This is so insane. And the problem with RFK Jr. and the problem with everybody in the Trump administration is they are complete outliers, people that have this harebrained theory and they put it in basically some sort of forum like a Facebook. And then people who want to intellectually buck the system, people who have an inherent default setting not to believe facts, scientific consensus. And they've all kind of banded together. This is so insulting. He makes it sound like he's talking about heroin addicts.
Right.
You know, like that heroin is so damaging, but he's talking about something that I know many people, I have many friends whose children are on the spectrum. And what he describes is not the life that they live. The only person I know where he talks about not paying taxes, playing baseball or writing poetry would be Elon Musk.
That was exactly my thought, because Elon Musk, autism is an excuse for him to do sick Heils and everybody's hunky-dory with that. But what drives me crazy...
Exactly. And he's smart enough to know that he can use the autism out to get out of that. So he's a manipulator, and he's smart enough to manipulate many dumb people into believing that, hey, Elon does that. He was just saying, my heart goes out to you. Bullshit. Okay, so let me, this link is in my description box. Go check these ladies out. They do a lot of great work. And now I want to share with you this clip. Let's learn about a little bit more about Robert F. Kennedy, the secular talk. Robert F. Kennedy says he wants to deny health care to smokers, soda drinkers, and donut eaters. This is who's over Health and Human Services, who are letting Doge fire people under the guise that he is at work doing his job. A whole slacker. He don't care who does his job. Just send me my paycheck. A slacker. Keith, it was Lawrence O'Donnell said that he had when he was in law school, he had a class with Robert F. Kennedy, and he admit that he was on heroin during college, and he would just sit there and nod out during class. He doesn't know how he passed the law exam. I played that video of Lawrence O'Donnell talking about who R.F. Kennedy was. I think they were at Harvard or Yale, one of these good colleges. Let's see what he has to say about healthcare.
All right, so as you all know, RFK Jr. is Mr. Maha, Make America Healthy Again, the head of Health and Human Services. He is like literally the most prominent anti-vaxxer in the country, and he's in control of our health agencies. Really good stuff here. Look at this. RFK Jr. suggests ripping away government health insurance from people who have 3 habits. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has suggested that Americans who eat donuts, guzzle sodas, or smoke should not be provided with free health care. If you're smoking 3 packs of cigarettes a day, should you expect society to pay when you get sick? The leader of Make America Healthy Again movement said during a CBS interview this week, the nation's top health official...
Wait. Let me make sure with that being said, when you shoot up or smoke or however you do heroin for 14 years of your life, should I expect healthcare to take care of you? And should I expect you to have the top-notch healthcare because an idiot put you over Health and Human Services of all things? Should I expect you to have the gold standard in healthcare paid by me? When you did heroin 14, I don't know if it was more, but you have admitted to doing it 14 solid years of your life. So you are disparaging people doing anything and getting health care. Health care, it should be denied if you poo-poo on the things that you feel are unhealthy. Well, what if everybody poo-pooed on his 14 years of heroin use? Let's continue.
Official noted that it is the American people's choice to eat donuts all day, and he would not take it away. However, he went on to say that donut and soda lovers cannot expect society to care for them, since there is possibility for them to get very sick. Kennedy, a former alcoholic and heroin addict, had previously said that he wants to stop the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, commonly called food stamps, from subsidizing unhealthy foods like soda. So, because this guy is now the head of Health and Human Services, as a government employee, he gets free government-funded health care. That's what he gets. Now, as you just saw here, RFK was a former alcoholic and heroin addict for, I believe, about 15 fucking years. 15 years. So if he actually wants to apply his rationale across the board here, he would say, I have to reject this free government-funded health care because I don't think the taxpayer should have to pay for me because I've lived a very deeply unhealthy life, and if something goes wrong because of my past drug use, well, that's not on other people to pay for it. I should have to pay for it out of my own pocket. Now, of course, this motherfucker would never reject his own health care. He would never say, you know what, I'm going to give this up because I want to be consistent. Never, never, never. Why? Because as you understand, when it's about you, hey man, shit happens. We all have good habits. We all have bad habits. The whole idea of having an insurance problem, as Chris Rock famously said, insurance should be called in case shit. So in case shit happens, hey, we got it taken care of. Don't worry about it, right? But if you want to start to arbitrarily draw, hey, your lifestyle is healthy, your lifestyle is unhealthy, your lifestyle is sort of in the middle. You have that bad habit. You have that bad habit. What we're really doing here is just finding a way to exclude people from what should be a right. It should be a right in the country, would mean he wouldn't have access to healthcare anymore. Never mind his fucking former past heroin use. All right, they continue here. He has also repeatedly called soda poison and has been one of the foremost critics of the substance. In line with his previous stance, I love how a dude who is...
Okay, so somebody who's on heroin says soda is poison. What was heroin? What was heroin? Vitamins?
Just jacked to the gills on testosterone is judging soda drinkers. Now, is soda unhealthy? Absolutely. It's also unhealthy when you're a fucking 70-year-old man who's doing steroids on a regular basis. Like those videos of him working out where all these idiots on the right were like, oh, you look amazing at your age, bro. Yeah, that's called testosterone, bitch. That's called he's doing steroids. It's testosterone replacement therapy. That's what it's so obvious. But for him, hey, what I like from Big Pharma is acceptable. What you like from Big Pharma or what you need from Big Pharma, that's actually poison and it's bad and we should regulate it and you shouldn't have it. In line with his previous stance, Kennedy told CBS News chief medical correspondent John LaPook, should you then expect society to care for you when you predictably get very sick at the same level as somebody who was born with a congenital illness? The best answer to that is to realign our incentives so that economic incentives...
I don't expect society to feel sorry for me in any way, motherfucker. I expect to have health insurance. You are talking about stopping health insurance. Health insurance is not feeling sorry for someone. Health insurance is to get sick people well. Now we're equating it. Should people feel sorry for you? But you're talking about taking health care away. They are not one and the same. He's trying to conflate this. The only reason you get health care insurance is because you live a life, and if you get sick, people should feel sorry for you. Make it make sense. He's an idiot. A fucking rich idiot.
Incentives, the individuals, and the industry align with the public health outcomes that we desire. Kennedy did not explicitly suggest limiting Medicaid or any other health insurance benefits for those smoking, eating donuts, and sodas.
When lives depend on physical strength and mental sharpness, blood flow.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to it's so much with this guy who's over Health and Human Services. Let's wrap encompass this all up in a nice little drag of Robert F. Kennedy, a drag of facts. See, a lie roast, that's ineffective. Let's actually drag him Let's drag him once again by the actual facts of his life.
Billions and billions of dollars in health research and health programs. But Donald Trump and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. have fired 10,000 people from the nation's health agencies in the last couple of weeks. They have cut billions.
And now it is up to 20,000 healthcare workers in HHS who have 10 more thousand. Let's continue.
Billions and billions and billions of dollars in health research and health programs. But apparently, somebody forgot to tell Robert F. Kennedy Jr. that that's what he was doing.
You proposed more than $11 billion in cuts to local and state programs addressing things like infectious disease, mental health, addiction, and childhood vaccination. Did you personally approve those cuts?
I'm not familiar with those cuts.
So you didn't personally, you're not familiar with them. That would mean, no, I didn't personally do those cuts. You didn't personally do any of them because you're a slacker, and Doge did those cuts. Doge don't care who they cut or for what reason they are cutting anything. Let's keep it a buck. And we are real clear about this. So let's continue on. And he cut so many people that they have no one to test the milk. That it's and they just putting out there, milk would no longer be raw milk would no longer be tested for any type of diseases, fecal matter, any of these things. Raw milk will no longer be tested. I didn't. I had to check on that. I don't remember that.
We'd have to go. There's like more than 50 pages of cuts that I actually went through.
The cuts were mainly DEI cuts, which the president.
There were a lot, but I'll give you, for example, about $750,000 of a University of Michigan grant into adolescent diabetes was cut. Did you know that?
The cuts were mostly DEI cuts. Okay, so if you cut 10,000 people from your workforce, but you can't tell us what they did in your workforce, and your go-to is most of those cuts were DEI cuts. But you just said you didn't know what these cuts were. You have to check on that. But now all of a sudden, you understand that those are DEI cuts, even if they were just DEI cuts. And the DEI cuts, he is telling you that you cut affected those things that you want to pretend like you didn't even know were cut. Wouldn't it be bad to just be cutting people because they were DEI, bitch? Make it make sense.
I didn't know that, and that's something that we'll look at.
I'm not familiar with those cuts. Those cuts are mainly DEI cuts. We cut infectious disease and mental health and addiction. That sounds like a terrible idea. We cut adolescent diabetes stuff? Well, that's something that we'll look at. I thought these were all DEI cuts. How is it possible you have this job? But while Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. claims to know nothing about the massive cuts he has made at the various agencies he runs, or maybe it wasn't him. Hey, if it wasn't you, who did them? One thing he does claim to be very engaged on is the ongoing measles outbreak in West Texas, right? One of the worst measles outbreaks this country has seen in decades. In fact, Kennedy this week personally visited the epicenter of the outbreak. He attended the funeral of an 8-year-old child who's died of measles there, a second kid that this measles outbreak has killed. Kennedy then posted to social media photos of him visiting with the families who lost children to the measles, as well as 2 of the doctors who had been treating them. He called those doctors, quote, extraordinary healers. He claimed they had, quote, treated and healed some 300 measles-stricken children using steroids and an antibiotic. One of those doctors had touted the same steroid as a cure for COVID-19. He said he had realized the steroids' life-saving potential thanks to divine intervention. He discovered that.
And this is why the FDA will not be, and that's just the milk. We haven't even gotten to the meat. We haven't even gotten to all the other foods that we consume. So this is who's over it. He touted 2 people in this measles outbreak. Let's see who these 2 doctors had, who he personally touted to be great fighters of this measles epidemic. What is epidemic? Academic. This measles epidemic, as he has gone to the funeral of a child who died because he did not have a measles vaccine. Let's be clear.
That this steroid was a cure for COVID-19. He said, quote, "While I was asleep, an answer to prayer came to me." Well, he thinks it cures COVID-19. He now also thinks it cures measles. It's the same medication. I don't know if it was the same dream or whatever, but it's basically an asthma inhaler that he says cures COVID and cures measles. And not to state the obvious, but asthma inhalers do not cure COVID-19 or the measles. Dr. Paul Offit is director of the Vaccine Education Center at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. He tells NBC News that, in fact, steroids should not be given early in the course of a viral infection like measles because steroids inhibit the immune system. Quote, "That's not what you want to do. Your immune system works for you to fight measles." But I think that inhaled steroids from an asthma inhaler cure COVID and cure the measles. That's one of the 2 doctors our nation's health secretary is endorsing for his miracle working in this out of control measles outbreak. The other doctor he's endorsing is a sort of rising star in the anti-vaccine movement who says mass infection with measles of the kind that we're seeing in this out of control outbreak in Texas is, quote, God's version of measles immunization. From an NBC News report this week, quote, Dr. Ben Edwards, a conventionally trained doctor who has shifted to promoting natural remedies and prayer, has been operating a makeshift clinic in Seminole, Texas, offering children unproven treatments, including, according to a video posted by an anti-vaccine group, quote, while he himself said he was sick with measles.
You heard that right. He is Robert F. Kennedy's second doctor that he wanted to show praise to for being such a good doctor. He is using unproven cures to combat the measles outbreak in Texas, as he has active measles himself. You heard me right. That's who's over the Health and Human Services, who don't know what job any of these 20,000 employees who have been fired did, and the Food and Drug Administration is okay with, like, oh well, we can no longer process the inspecting of milk, for example. I told you why milk is so important for there being a FDA in the first place, because of all the people who died of the swill milk, and where they tried to clean it up with chalk and plaster of Paris, which is a casting thing that is kind of like liquid plaster. Not liquid plaster. It's kind of like a flake. It's kind of like mashed potatoes. You add water to it, and you get a consistency, and you do type of clay work and make bases and shit out of it. That's what they were putting in milk that was going in the intestine of children, who later that caused 8,000 children to perish, because they wanted to save money, because it was less expensive than getting to the problem of solving the milk problem. So why do you think that they want to not test the milk now? Why do you want them to say? Why do you think that it's easy for them to say, oh, well, we don't have enough people to test the milk anymore? milk is milk. Milk is milk, and milk has been poured out and not shipped and not sold because it has been tested to be bad. But hey, what's the worst you can get? You get the bubble guts. Okay. Oh, what's the worst? What's the worst that can happen? The bacteria in the milk. If some get through, you won't get listeria. Oh yeah, you will. Yeah, you actually can. I think I have an article of all the things that you can get by drinking bad milk. You can actually get diseases from what is in bad milk. We're going to be real clear on this. Okay, so what are we doing here? I mean, what the hell are we doing here? Let me let you watch this doctor who has measles as he treats his patients with a big smiley face on his big face that is pocked with measles. This link is in my description box. Okay, so let's listen to him.
Vaccine group, the one that he founded, went to this doctor's makeshift clinic in the middle of this measles outbreak, and standing there in his clinic where he was seeing patients and their families, he told them on camera that he himself was in the midst of a measles infection.
When I started drinking cold water to help me lose weight, my friends themselves.
How are you feeling? Touch measles yourself?
Yeah, I was pretty achy yesterday. Yeah.
Did you ever not have measles as a child?
No, I had MMR as a kid.
How many MMRs do you have?
I'd have to go back and look. I don't
But a few.
Yeah.
That doesn't work then, does it?
No, apparently not.
Now he's saying that he had MMR. He said, she said, "Did you have it? Did you get the MMR as a kid?" Yeah, I had it. I had it a couple of times. He looked like I don't know. I say he is around 50-ish. And you mean to tell me that you had to have the MMRI shot twice? And he said, no. Apparently, it does not work. It just wears off. It wears off in 30 to 35 years. Yes, it does wear off. And you are a doctor. So this is something that you should actually know. So does that mean it doesn't work? Because the effects wane after 30 to 35 years. I think I could be wrong. It's certain diseases, and certain diseases last longer. That's why when you get into your 50s, they start asking you, do you want to have the chickenpox? Chickenpox give you what is that? The other thing, the rash that be on your back, that is a derivative of the chickenpox. And if that's why they ask you, do you want what is that other? Oh my God, I'm having a brain fart. You guys know what I'm talking about. Chickenpox. Oh God. Oh my God. Anyway, the derivative of chickenpox, you'll get a bad rash, usually on your back. That comes from the chickenpox virus. So they usually ask you, do you want to get a shot for that? Let me see if somebody in the chat is telling me what it is. No, nobody's in the chat chatting. Tell me what that shot is. Okay. Oh, you guys are chatting. Oh, hey, kind to me, Grand Rising. Shingles, yes, shingles. I couldn't. Thank you, Liz. Thank you. Hey, Liz. And thank you, Regina and Liz and Leonard. Yes, shingles. Yes. So now he's a doctor. I'm not a doctor. I know these things. Surely he knows these things, but he has a whole clinic, an anti-vax clinic. So he's trying to change the wheel. He's trying to actually make money off of. And do these look like Hispanic customers that he have there? He's with the whole families with a face full of measles, treating someone who I assume most likely came over the border from a nation that doesn't require the measles shots, and therefore they're in an outbreak of the measles. And so, if their children don't have it, could it be possible that they don't have it? Could it be possible that they're bringing other children there, and instead of just simply giving them all the shot, you are sitting up there with a face full of measles, talking about vitamin A? Is that what we're doing? Okay, so I couldn't believe it. I knew exactly. Yeah, it's just a mess, a whole mess. Rascal. Hold on 1 second. He heard something outside. Okay. So that is also in my this description box. So there is some other news that I wanted to ask you guys. Had you heard about that is quite? It's not political news. I just wanted to know if you guys have heard about. The people who we are trying to ensure that we don't discriminate against them. I wanted to know if you guys were familiar with this at all. There was a case of no, of course, it happened in Florida. Where else would something like this happen? Black girls in danger. I want to share this with you. Okay. Luckily, we weren't. Did I share this with you guys? No, I didn't share it. Let me share this with you. One second. Shh. Stop. Rascal. Rascal, stop. It's okay. Oh, gosh. Okay. Here we go. Luckily, we weren't home. Florida man fantasizes about shooting small black girl who rang his doorbell to sell candy. Deletes his Facebook page after facing backlash. A Florida man disturbing Facebook post has sparked widespread outrage online after he shared an image from a doorbell camera of a little black girl and fantasized about shooting her. Tyler Chambers is coming under fire after posting a picture of a young black girl who visited his home in a Tampa suburb of Riverview and captioned it, "You're lucky we weren't home to shoot your ass, dumb bitch." That's what it said. Not now it did not say your as in you are. He said your Y-O-U-R. Your like your ownership of, not you are. Let me show you exactly what he wrote himself. Uh, and she's the dumbass. She's the dumbass. Okay. So now he wants apologies. The hatred these people have for our innocent babies is horrific. This man name is Tyler Chambers, and he stated that he would have killed this young baby girl just for knocking on his door. And then someone else said, and this is why my kids don't do door-to-door fundraisers. People are disgusting. So here is his statement right above this little girl's picture. Y-O-U-R, you're lucky we weren't home to shoot your ass, dumb bitch. Yeah. And now Mr. Chambers wants forgiveness. And now this child's mother, he wants to meet with the child's mother. As of yet, I have not heard him being arrested or any repercussion coming from him from any system. Before deactivating his account, Chambers deleted his post and later stated his case, alleging the girl was acting as a decoy for an attempted break-in at his home without sharing evidence to support the accusations. Of course he didn't. I saw that on my camera. I have a wife. I saw that on my camera. I have a wife and a 7-month-old at home, which I will protect as you would. I was hot when I posted it, which is why I deleted it right away. Obviously, you didn't delete it right away enough because many people saw that. Now, how many people would see this? He said I could have handled it a lot different, Chambers wrote, adding he wants to locate the girl's parents to apologize. Now, the simple fact that you're saying that you want to locate me as a parent, that would be another complaint that I have. After this is what you said about my child, and now you want to locate me. I don't want people like you trying to locate me. That I feel threatened by you saying that you want to locate me for any reason. Okay, so he tells the lie that it was a decoy for something. In response, the child's mother, Beyond Shabazz, later posted the circumstances surrounding her daughter's visit to Chambers' home. Shabazz explained that her family lives in the same community as the Chambers. On April 14th, her 9-year-old daughter, Sincere, and 11-year-old niece came home from school around 4 p.m. and then left to go sell candy around the neighborhood, which is what prompted the visit to the Chambers home. After seeing Chambers' post go viral, Shabazz said she filed a police report. Shabazz said that Chambers reached out to authorities with the hopes of reaching her to have a conversation, but Shabazz is rejecting his attempts and contact, displeased by the vitriol and lies he spread on social media. She launched a GoFundMe fundraiser to raise money for the legal battle ahead, stating she wants Chambers jailed for the post. This could have been anybody's child. It is our job as parents to protect our kids. My child does not feel safe in her neighborhood now due to this, and now every time she clicks on Facebook or TikTok, she sees what this monster posted about her for the world to see, Shabazz wrote. I will not let this go under the rug. I promise I will make an example out of this fool. Shabazz says officers told her that since people have doxed Chambers' home address and place of work, he and his family fled their home. Oh, boo-hoo. He had to flee his home because of his own actions. My many social media users are also calling for Chambers' termination from his job. A screenshot of his LinkedIn page that is being shared widely online showed that he's a general manager at Mr. Car Wash at a Mr. Car Wash location in Tampa. Okay. The car wash business has faced a barrage of complaints in the days since Chambers' post began circulating online. Mr. Car Wash has not yet responded to the complaints. Did you guys hear about that story? I'm just curious if you guys have heard about that story. Let me see if you guys. And Renee, did I speak? Hey, Sincere. I've never had any of those major illnesses, childhood illnesses. I had them all, and I had the vaccine, and I still had them all. I guess it wasn't as severe, but I had measles, mumps, and chickenpox. Good morning, Ronnie Q in chat. Dropping in from the clouds, it's shingles. Thank you, Blondie Queen 85. Hey, Blondie Queen 85. Good to see you. That was horrible. That man is pure trash. WTF? Exactly. I concur. No. saying he was trying to protect his wife and 7-month-old baby, and saying that she was a decoy to rob, for them to rob his house, offering no evidence. Where's the evidence? That if you saw that from your camera, surely you can show that to us on your camera. I have a visa, but Ronnie Q, you don't know why they are really telling people to get one and leave. I do know. Do you know why they are telling people to get one and leave? I do know, because if you weren't here earlier, they are taking more and more. He has did an executive action to prevent racism in this country by rolling back any was it civil rights, or was it civil rights this time? The first time it was affirmative action. Now he has rolled back civil rights via a executive order. I'm pretty sure that there will be lawsuits about this executive order, making it illegal. I think, and what I also have been talking about, even prior to the election being between Harris and 40. 45, 47, that they have expedited visas for the rich that cost between $100,000 and $300,000 that can get them out of this country within hours. Expedited visas for the rich only. And we've always talked about the underground bunkers. And um, if we look at what's going on with Israel, Israel and the United States have been flying over Yemen, over or close to Iran, with planes that could actually carry a nuclear weapon. They say, and I did the story a couple of weeks ago, where the United States are reporting that they were doing missions with Israel to show them how to gas their planes while in flight and all of this type of stuff. But Israel actually reported something else, why they, and I showed you what Israel report, and their reports were that they were going to strike Iran. And now all of a sudden, you notice that 45, 47 is now in talks with Iran. And one of the things that he wants to do is to have them to stop their proliferating uranium for a nuclear weapon, and they're insisting that they cannot use their nuclear power to power their country. But we're not going to forget that Barack Obama had already had Iran under a nuclear agreement where they would not proliferate any nuclear weapons, but they could create power for their nations. But then what happened? When 45, 47 took office, who came whispering in his ear? None other than Netanyahu. And what did Netanyahu tell 45, 47, who already walked into an agreement where the Iranians were far away from doing anything with a nuclear weapon? So what happened was Netanyahu said that, hey, they are still trying to proliferate weapons, and we have proof of it. And then what does 45, 47, an idiot does? He says he wants out of the nuclear deal. So you're back to wanting something that you walked into your first administration having, and you destroyed it. And now it's a big mess. It's a big mess. Let's not forget that all of this shit with Hegseth and all of this striking the Houthis all the time. Hegseth even came out with a lie saying that the Houthis were striking warships, and under Biden's plan, they couldn't do anything. They couldn't fight back under Biden, but he's making the military stronger and more. And all he's doing is gossiping like a little bitch on an unsecure app about the times, what type of planes, and where are they sending them. Typing like a little bitch, talking about who is not ready for the job. You're not ready for the job. Okay, so the reason why they are striking over there is because that is their protest. They're striking. Their strikes are allegedly aimed at ships doing carrying goods back and forth. But Hegseth wanted us to believe that they were actually shooting at warships. So the big picture is the Houthis are mad that they are doing what they're doing in Palestine, and they want them to stop. Let's be clear that they had a ceasefire agreement between Palestine and Israel, and then Israel just all of a sudden just picked it back up. They have never even claimed that they picked it up for any other reason than just wanting to pick it up. It's not like they said, well, they threw a rock at us. It was none of that. They just picked it up and started unaliving more and more Palestinians. And so the Houthis are striking ships that are coming in, so they can't get any commerce going in to affect it that way. But then here comes the United States. Why? What you were already giving Israel the bombs. All you had to do is tell them to stop. All you had to do is stop giving them the bombs that you are using to. If you really want the Houthis to stop, the Houthis really say that they want Israel to stop. So let's make it a stop thing. They can't continue to strike if you don't continue to sell them weapons. But no. They're on a war footing and they have to strike, and this is all bullshit to allow Israel to continue the just crazy thing that they are doing to these people. And let's call a thing a thing. And now it's to the point where our own government, you can talk about everybody else, but do an op-ed telling your college to divest from Israel because of the things that they are doing in Palestine, gets you locked up in a Louisiana gulag. Hold on for a second. Okay, so I went over all of this. I mean, I just have to take all of this in in when I'm trying to figure things out. The link is pinned. If anybody wants to hit the link, you're more than welcome. I don't have all the answers. I can just give you the stuff that I have received, the stuff that I have ingested, the stuff that I have read. I've shared this with you. I'm just giving you information, and the simple fact that we are being led in our administration by a bunch of dummies who don't mind a rich man, the richest man in the world, the richest welfare queen in the world, getting richer off of our backs, off of our tax dollars, while looking for ways to cut taxes on the rich once again. Talking about waste, fraud, and abuse, and just totally lying. about the amount of money that he saved of the United States that went down from $1 trillion to 150 billion, and that 150 billion is inaccurate. That has not even been saved, and now all of a sudden he's leaving government because his personal company is in jeopardy. So he can fuck over everybody in the United States at nothing to pay for this. Listen, I am really sick of nothing being done to these people. He has denied the Supreme Court. He denied the initial court. Denied. He has decided not to. He appealed it. That he denied that court, and then he appealed it up to the Supreme Court. And why isn't that man back in the United States to go through due process? See, it's not about the man. I'm just telling you. Just to be clear, we cannot absorb all illegal immigrants in this country. We cannot have open borders. No country has open borders. Everybody's clear on that. But then when you talk about this situation, they go, oh, but they would rather have. They even said in the Washington press room, because somebody asked about what they are doing wrong to this man. Even 45, 47, oh, well, they don't care. They want killers over here. Because somebody from a news outlet, I think it was Caitlin Collins from CNN, who would ask the question, oh, they don't care. They won't. No, we care, because if you do it to one, what's to say you won't do it to me? Like that old saying, do I still have that up here? Do I still have that? I think I took it down. Oh, I think I took it down. Did I take it down? Nope. I think I took it down. The old saying about when they came for the Jews. First they came for the machinists, and I did nothing. And then they came for the unionists, but I wasn't a unionist, so I said nothing. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Hold on. It's a little too early to be calling me. Okay, so that's what they said during the span of Hitler, during the growth of Hitler. Hey, I did say hey to you already, sincere. Okay, there's something else I want to share with you. No country should tell another country. No country should tell another country that another country should have what another country should have when it comes to defend itself. Israel is not a holy land whom still to this day reject Jesus as the Messiah and the Savior. Okay, I'm not. I don't. How can you do what you're doing and call yourself? There's no way they can call themselves a holy land. I don't care who they call Messiah and Savior. If they are the shit that they are doing, there's nothing holy about this. Shabbat, small hats showing their true face as the genocidal Nazis. Let's be clear. These are people who always want you to look at what happened to them, but they have no qualms about doing it to the Palestinian people. They act like you are wrong. And then the simple fact that while they're doing this to the Palestinian people, Netanyahu brought his ass over here to the United States, and he's sitting up in the White House at 45, 47 talking dumb shit. And then he had to get to the United States. There were several countries he had to go take an alternative route. He couldn't take the straight route. He had to take an alternative route just in case something happened to his plane and he had to land somewhere on emergency landing. Because there are many nations that will put him in jail already for war crimes. Let's not forget that the United Nations has already put him up for war crime, but 45, 47 will not acknowledge that, and quite a few other nations won't acknowledge that. Weapons are definitely a big business. What does dude have in his house that he's so paranoid about? His wife and his 7-month-old child. He has the right to just nothing. Okay, I think there is something else I wanted to share with you on regular news. There is. Oh, I definitely want to share this with you guys. Acknowledging the fact that we have the right to say no. Okay. Okay. So you guys know that Taraji P. Henson has a new. Hold on one second. Okay, so yeah, so let me share this with you. We have the right to say no. Uh, Let her go. She got to go. She didn't go this morning. Only Rascal went this morning. Excuse me, guys. I apologize. Let me share this with you guys. We have the right to say no. You guys may have, Taraji has a new podcast, I believe it is. And let me see. Where is it? Here we go. Is this it? No. That's not it. Hold on one second. Okay.
But then this is what makes it hard because, my decision to skip the inauguration, what people don't realize, or my decision to make choices at the beginning of this year that suited me were met with such ridicule and criticism. Like people couldn't believe that I was saying no for any other reason, that they had to assume that my marriage was falling apart. Right. It's like, while I'm here really trying to own my life and intentionally practice making the choice that was right for me, and it took everything in my power to not do the thing that was right, or that was perceived as right, but do the thing that was right for me. Mm-hmm. That was a hard thing for me to do.
That is First Lady Michelle Obama in a podcast episode released today describing her decision not to attend this year's inauguration. The context of those remarks was a discussion on the power of saying no and what it means to take care of yourself. Joining us now, my colleagues and friends, and the co-host of MSNBC's new show, The Weeknight. It debuts on Monday, May 5th at 7 p.m. Eastern. Alicia Menendez, Michael Steele, and Simone Sanders Townsend are the anchors, and they are all here right now. Alicia, I started with Michelle Obama because why not, right?
I'm just sat laughing and talking. I just wanted you guys to see that. I remember when she didn't go to Carter's funeral, probably because they had her sitting next to the Trumps, and she said, "No, thank you. I'm not going to ask you to do anything different, but I'm not. I can't attend. I won't be there." So they was like, "Oh, the Obama marriage is in trouble. Obama's always going everywhere by himself." So I'm glad. That she is just saying no. This is something I thank you, Liz. This is something that I will not participate in. Thanks, but no thanks. I'll watch just like everyone else. So I didn't not know Simone Sanders was being moved already to a night spot. Uh, she has a lot of energy. I have nothing against Simone. So I you know. I didn't know that they were moving her so soon. MSNBC needs. Uh, MSNBC is really doing the most right now. Uh, so I'll leave it at that. I hope it works out for her. Um, Also, today is Thursday. Does anyone know what's going on tomorrow? Well, so I'm going to tell you real quick. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Liz, that's 3 p.m. your time. I am going to be doing crafting and conversations here on my channel. So please come out and craft with me or converse with me. And so what we will be creating on tomorrow is going to be this little summer bench right here. We're going to be creating this little bench. You can put it on your porch, your patio. You can put it indoor, outdoor, however. This is what it looks like. And this is another shot of it. It doesn't have to be stained. The seat and the arms have stain on them. Shh, 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 shh. It doesn't have to be stained. You can paint it any color of decor that you like, anything that matches your personal decor. If you want to participate with me, go out and get your things before tomorrow. We're starting at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you go to my community wall, you will see a post with the flyer with the date and the time and everything. If you uh, thumb through the pictures on that post, it has a list of all the supplies you will need. A couple of things that I left off. I did a second post to ship today. You need a stapler. You need not a paper stapler. Maybe an industrial stapler. You need glue. You can use wood glue. You can use that CA glue, which bonds within 10 seconds, like a super glue. You can use wood glue. The wood glue takes a couple of hours to cure. Thus, you will need hot glue to stick it quickly. And while the other glue dries, you can use both of the hot glue and the wood glue, and we can keep moving forward with the project, and we don't have to wait hours for your wood glue to dry. That's why. Um, uh, the list of the things that you need for the bench, the wood and the paint. I'm using spray paint on mine. The spray paint that I also have that up there. Pictures and the cost of the things. The spray paint is at a Home Depot. It's a 2X. It has a big number 2 and an X on. Oh, I think I have it. Wait a minute. What am I doing? The 2X paint is right here. It comes in many colors. You can get that at Home Depot, $5.98. The other supplies that I use, that's the paint. That's the sticks. They come in 8 feet long, 2 inches thick. 2 inches wide, 1 inch thick, 8 feet long. You need 3 of those. That would be a total of $5.23. If you already have paint, you do not have to buy that white paint, the spray paint. If you already have stain, use the stain that you have. If you want to stain it if you have brown craft acrylic paint, you can stain it with that. How you stain it with that? You put it in a little cup or bowl and add some water to it and make it real watery. And then you can wipe that on your wood, and that will look just like stain. You don't have to buy stain. I'm trying to make this less expensive as possible, but you will have to buy the 3 packs of 5-gallon popsicle paint stirring strips. So this can be very cost effective. With the cost of the stain and the spray paint, it comes to a total of, for me, the wood and the stain and the spray paint, it comes to $23.65. If you already have paint at home, you can use the paint you have at home to stain the seat and the arms. You can use some brown acrylic paint. You can get acrylic paint at the Dollar Tree. You can get a brown paint, add some water, make it real watery, wipe it on as stain. I'm trying to make it easy for you guys. I want you guys to participate with me tomorrow. The 3 8-foot long sticks that you need, they in my area at Home Depot, they are $1.75 a piece. You need 3 of them. The cutlass. I cut my own wood. I thought that all Home Depots cut the wood because I've made this bench before, but I moved and this new Home Depot wouldn't cut the shorter pieces. So you see what did I do? I cut my own wood. Get out of here! I'm a master crafter. So I cut my own wood. So come out and join us as we make this project. It's going to be fun. It's called Crafting and Conversations. If you want to have a drink or two, come out and just, chuck it up with us. Let me see what you guys are saying. CA glue. It's the letter C, the letter A. And one is a watery glue, like crazy glue, like the super glue. Uh, uh, and then the other part is 2 parts to it. One part is like the watery, crazy glue. Could put a couple of drops on it, and then the other part is an aerosol. You will put it on the part that you're gluing to the one that you dropped the crazy glue on, and once you put them together, 10 seconds they're stuck like glue. I have wood glue myself. I'm not. I have wood glue myself. I will show you and bring your wood glue if you have wood glue, because we're going to turn it upside down and secure it in certain areas. That extra cure. So come out and join us tomorrow at 6 p.m. And all of my what did I say? A stapler. Oh, I have also for my bench. Uh, you see those little rivets in the pickets? I have some of those. You can buy those. They sell them at Dollar Tree. They sell them at any crafting store. They were very inexpensive. I got 100 of them. But you can buy those little pins. That's just decorative. You can decorate it any way that you want to. I also have the little feet that goes underneath, so the wood won't touch the ground if it rains, or if you're spraying down your patio or your porch or whatever. So it's gonna be fun. You need a drill, because we are going to drill our holes, and so our wood won't split when we put our screws in. We must pre-drill our holes. So that's why we're going to do that. Um, Yes, yes, Jill. I was so disheartened because I made two. I made the bench and the chair, and I had no problem with them cutting my wood. And then the guy was like, "Oh, well, we don't cut anything under 12 inches." I say, 12 inches? Why bother to cut if you cut 12 inches? And then so my husband's like, well, what about this little saw? And then I was like, no, I don't like that one. Then I saw the jigsaw and I was like, oh, I can use that. I should be. I should be. I was behind the scenes, Jill. I should be ignoring you, but I wasn't. I was behind the scenes. Oh, now she the link is up, Jill. Is there any more questions that you have, Jill? Leonard, come and join us and watch it. Leonard, if you have anyone special in your life, Mother's Day is coming up. I use mine to put little plants and flowers on. You can put them on the arms, on both arms, and you can put several in the seat of these. That I've made this before. I've also made a chair where I just put a bigger pot with a bigger flower thing, mums in, and a round pot. So it's very decorative, and we're going to be putting this together live tomorrow on my channel at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I guess Jill has nothing more to ask of me. Okay, thanks. I found it. Okay, so let me see. My husband gets me distracted when he's leaving out of the door and then coming back in with the dogs, and the dog's not with him, and then I get discombobulated. Okay, there's a lot of stuff that I didn't get to. I didn't get to. I do want to show this. We know Pete Hegseth has brought his wife in on private meetings and had another signal chat group chat with his brother, his wife, his attorney. His wife is a former Fox News producer, and come to find out that his wife uh, uh, has also asked for a government clearance. And why his wife is asking for a government clearance, no one knows, because she doesn't work for the government. So, uh, yeah, Pete Hegseth has been a total mess. He came on Fox and Friends, and they are questioning his sobriety because he was so amped and so moving this way and that way and all of this. Check out some of my Check out some of my links in the description box. I've been holding these links over, holding them over, and I think I'm going to start with some. I think Saucy. No, that's what the bad thing about summertime. They're able to go. Oh Lord, excuse me. I apologize. They get to go outside on their own and just go right through the screen, and then they see something, see another dog being walked, and then they go ham. So check out all of these links that are in my description box, because I've been saving them the past couple of days and trying to come back to them, but I don't think I'm going to get back to them. Let me see if there's anything else. Oh, they want Africans to die, but they want their minerals. That is about them discontinuing the famine relief over there with USAID, where the Africans are and the children are malnourished, and they were getting nourishment from the USAID um, and they say they are not restarting this program. They know the situation over there, and no, they are not. And I'm not, are we surprised? They're cutting out the programs that we have in the United States. We know that they are not restarting this program in Africa. So there are millions of people who are expected to die in Africa, but they can't feed them, but they can feed off their natural raw earth minerals. Imagine that. Who does that? Who does that type of shit? All throughout history. Who does that type of shit? Okay, so um, that's it, and that's all I have. They are about to fire a lot of people that they haven't so far fired, and about to uh, reclassify the Schedule F. Those are the people who work for the government. They are going to reclassify their jobs that they are no longer Schedule F, which would make it easier for them to fire them. Remember, they said they can't fire some of these because they have to have X amount of notice. They have to have this. They have to have that. They have a union. They're about to reclassify all of the civil service jobs in DC. So check that out. Oh, let's talk about this. Is this I hope this is okay, let me share this with you. So the guy who is getting our military ready and is doing everything on meritocracy. Let's see what he's doing in the Pentagon. He's getting Hexef is getting the shit together for y'all. Let's see what he's doing in the military. Here we go, right here. I would be remiss if I didn't end with this foolishness. We got to cut the fool sometimes. Okay. Peak headset, Pentagon makeup studios gets brutally mocked by critics. You can't make this up. What you say? Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth was the focus of widespread mockery on Wednesday after CBS News revealed he recently ordered modifications to a room next to the Pentagon press briefing room to retrofit it with a makeup studio that can be used to prepare for television appearances. Hegseth, a former Fox News weekend morning show host, reportedly plans to spend several $1,000s. What about this waste, fraud, and abuse? We know that the Pentagon has not been able to account for 60% of the money that has been allotted to the Pentagon, the largest budget in the United States history. The place where Elon Musk, who's looking for waste, fraud, and abuse, has never visited. But Hegseth plans to spend several $1,000s on makeup on the makeup studio, according to CBS sources. A Defense Department spokesperson brushed off the upgrade in a statement to CBS, saying changes and upgrades to the Pentagon briefing room are nothing new and routinely happen during the changes in administration. While the Pentagon may believe the makeup studio renovation is routine, critics were quick to pounce. The Atlantic Tom Nichols, a former professor at U.S. Naval War College, shared the report and commented, staying laser focused on the lethality and war fighting. Yeah. I'm pretty sure JD Vance will probably go through there and get his eyeliner checked up since they're going to have a professional to do it as well. Okay. And Nichols' colleague Tyler Austin Harper replied, "They stormed the beaches of Normandy so that this man could put a makeup studio in the Pentagon." Okay, so they're dragging him. Okay, Rep- Representative Ted Lieu reacted, "Nothing screams warrior culture more than a makeup studio. Hegseth was derelict in his duties by repeatedly using his personal phone to disclose ongoing combat operation and is now wasting taxpayer dollars. How does a makeup studio at Pentagon helps the troop? He needs to resign." Another House Democrat, Greg Caesar, uh, new makeup studios, private trips on governmental helicopters, millions of Trump golf outings, billions to Musk companies. Trump and his cabinet think working people should lose medical and social security, but they could care less about efficiency when they benefit themselves. Okay, so. Tim Kaine says, "You can't make this up." Wait, I guess you can. Okay. Um, uh, Let me see. Send Pete Warfighter heads out your makeup tricks, ladies. Okay, looking forward to Pete Hegseth get ready with me videos. That's a good one. You're gonna have a Pete competing with Ness on their "Get Ready with Me" videos. Okay, warfighting lethality with just the right hint of rouge. Okay, lethality warfighters push-ups. Let me see. Okay, so how long till his makeup artist is added to the war plan signal chat? How long before his makeup artist get knocked up from him while he's with the current right, and he leaves her for the makeup artist is a better question. So that's all I wanted to share with you guys. I hope you guys have a wonderful remainder of your day. Uh, get your crafting things together. Uh, Go on my community wall post to see the community wall. I see that CA glue is pricey. I saw some CA glue for $16 and $17. I've seen some as high as $40. You do not need the multiple bottles of glue. You just basically need one bottle of glue and one aerosol can. I noticed that some of them come with multiple little bottles of glue. You don't need that, and two cans of the aerosol. You don't need that much. You need is as long as it come with one bottle of glue and one aerosol can. You're good to go. Hey, thank you, Leonard. Hey, Ashton, how you doing? Have a great day, everyone. Mwah, Jill. Jill, you can find that CA glue at around under $20. That's not pricey. And you can use that. It's just not for this project. You can use that on many things, and you will be happy that you have that glue because you don't have to stand. You don't have to hold that glue as long as you have to hold hot glue to dry. So there's that. But I hope to see you guys tomorrow for my project, and I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. Oh wow, this goes beyond just crafting. This is a major building and assembling project that involves craftsmanship. Look, Regina M., do not start that Jill on her BS. Do not start. Oh, you said that a long time ago. I'm behind. I went way behind in the chat. No, it's a crafting project, Regina M. All right, guys. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate your support. If you want to support the channel, $sign Ronnie Q, or just hit the like button on your way out or in. I greatly appreciate your support, and I hope you guys have a great and wonderful day. And we will be crafting over here tomorrow evening for some of you, and afternoon for us on the West Coast. Bye-bye.
It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.